normally with you? No one. You don't live with anybody? How long? Tired. Okay. Is that his normal speech? That's how he's.
Ever since came out.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna bet that your blood pressure's low. There's another one set up there. A nicer one. No, on the check it out. On the netting? Yeah. There's nothing in there. That's where I look. You know this is gonna be inaccurate, right? Oh. What we got? Yes, Jay.
We're getting a late start here. Oh, man. Okay, this mic is on. This mic is working, but it's terrible.
I don't know. Go with 6. All right.
There we go.
Throw the cup there. We got this all right. You have an irregular heartbeat?
Did I ever tell you have AFib?
You have an irregular heartbeat?
I have, yeah. I forget when, sorry,
AFib? Atrial fibrillation? You have a heart block?
What?
A heart block?
No.
Well, I mean, so your pressure is good enough to maintain, but the problem I feel is your heart rate's it's a little too slow. So you could be having heart issues. So did you take any medication this morning? You have high blood pressure or anything like that? Yeah. So it could be a combination of things. Have you been eating and drinking regularly?
Yeah.
Okay. You should probably go get checked out because you're probably going to pass out here again before you leave.
Why?
Huh?
All right.
Because your heart rate is going a little too slow and it's irregular, which I don't know if that's normal and you don't really know. And you already passed out. Your body's trying to tell you something. I don't know if this, compared to your hands, your face is really, really pale.
Can you tell me where we are right now? Yeah, we're at the state house. Okay, can you tell me what year it is? 2023. Okay. You really should go get checked out.
Do you take any pain medication?
Yeah. You should really go get checked out. Your blood pressure's fine for now, but it is running a tiny bit low. Your heart rate's.
And just tell me how low you hear his heart rate.
You want me?
Oh, that's probably better. You just listen to it. It sounds too slow. The pulse ox is saying 70, 60, but it might be counting the. So I feel like he should go to the hospital. I'm not getting anything out of this. I mean, whether he wants to stay here, that's his own choice, but I don't recommend it.
Right.
Because he's gonna pass out. He's gonna pass out again, and we'll be back out here. It's getting bugs.
Really irregular.
Irregular and slow.
Yes.
So-
Irregular, slow, and his pressure's not what it was. Spot on. We're trying to.
Do you want to go, Danny?
No. So, sir, what's gonna happen if you pass back out here again and we're back out here? If you pass back out again and we have to come back out here, we're giving you no choice to go or not. And that's just what it is. But I'd rather not have that happen again because we don't know.
Are you guys friends?
Your body.
I'm his daughter's boyfriend.
Okay, is this how he normally acts, or is he out of it right now?
No, he normally acts like this.
Okay.
I can almost guarantee that he's gonna pass back out again. I mean, any other day, if he was fine, I wouldn't even, I'd be like, all right, here, sign here. You know what I mean? But you know, he's swaying. Look at his hands compared to his, like, they're two totally different shades. And they're almost, if you look at it, it's a little bluer.
You sure you don't want to go, Danny?
Sir, listen, you might be having a silent heart attack. You might be having something going on. Listen, I don't advocate this hard for no reason. I'd be more than happy to be like, okay, sign here, because it's less paperwork. Believe me. But I really believe that you really need to go. And if they listen, let them do an EKG on you, let them do a little bit of blood work. And if you're fine, you get to come back here. It's not going to be all day, but if something's going on, if you're having a heart attack, if something's going on where they need to adjust your medication because it's going too slow, you passed out for a reason. People just don't pass out for no reason. Helene Full, right around the corner. Your body's trying to tell you something. People don't just pass out to pass out. If everything was in normal limits, I'd say, all right, here, if you're feeling all right, drink some water, call it a day. But I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to have to come back out here and be pumping on your chest because you're in cardiac arrest. To be honest with you.
All right.
Cool? All right. Let me go get the stretcher. I'll go.
Okay. Yes, sir. As my partner said, if you go there, they don't find anything, you'll be back out quickly. If they do find something, it's good that you went. Because if whatever happened the first time happens again, there's no script. We don't know exactly what's gonna happen if you get sick like that again. You have any trouble breathing?
Yeah, it's
All right.
Which hospital you taking him to?
Capital Health Regional.
Capital Health System?
Yes, sir. That's why you wanted me to wait over here?
Yes. Bucks, it's crazy.
Well, she just got back to me saying, it could be his normal heart rate. I remember it's normally a little on the low side.
But it's not not slow, it's extremely irregular also. So the heart's not beating the way it should. If he doesn't have a history of regular heartbeat, it's not beating the way it should.
And he passed out on top. So
Mr. Duff,
All right, my friend,
What
we're
the
gonna
hell
take
is
2 steps
happening
back
there?
to the stretcher right there, okay?
let us help you up.
Um,
I don't want you to hit the floor.
What
And
happened?
you're grossly, you're
Yeah,
sweating.
that's what the first thing I felt like.
Dan's having an issue. He's gonna get,
okay?
he's gonna get checked out. His,
All right, we'll grab that stuff.
they're gonna go check his
I just
blood
need to get you
pressure
off the bed.
and, they're gonna check him out. He,
What did he do with that?
he fell off the chair and, He didn't hurt anything by falling, but he fell off the
So when he
chair.
passed out, was he, like snoring or he just
No,
out?
no.
Just out of nowhere.
He didn't pass out, he just fell.
He just fell. I think he was awake the whole time.
He never lost consciousness.
Yeah, he never lost that.
Did he look like he like kind of fainted?
Do you look kind of fainted?
I didn't see. I didn't see.
Yeah, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Thanks, guys. Oh man.
You need the coats here?
Yeah,
Just this coat or
just this one.
just this?
He was very hot and sweaty too, so he may just had, a little heat, too much heat. But just see in a little while, Dan. He's just gonna get checked out. He'll be all right. He's just getting checked out, getting blood pressure, check him out. It's better to be safe because he's been through a lot in the last year and a half, 2 years. He's been through so much. Let's just be cautious and get checked out. In fairness, he did smoke a joint. So I mean, he didn't dab. He just smoked a joint. Nothing, nothing crazy. But he needed that joint because but I don't know. I don't know. Pat, you still there?
I'm here. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm. This is incredible.
I'm yeah. Here.
Well, listen, tell him I hope he's okay, and I just wanted to make sure that.
Bro, I'm so happy to just see him today walking down the street coming here. I'm like amazed that he made it here. Dan's the best, and I hate to see anything bad happen to him. So please get checked out.
Prayers are up.
Yeah, man.
See you, brother.
Let's just get checked out, get your blood pressure checked, get your heart checked out, and let's see what's going on. Oh man. All right. We're not even set up yet. We're still setting up. You want to leave the tent there or you want to set it up? What do you want to you want to we could let's put it where it belongs. I guess. Or not. Let me just put up my okay. Yeah, let's put this on. Let me get the hold on. Let me get my my stuff. Here, you host the show. I'll be right back. You host the show. Okay.
What do I say?
Grab that mic. That mic is live. This one? Yes. And give me a couple of minutes. Tell me who you are, what are you doing here, and when was the first time you smoked weed, and is there a story behind it?
My name is John, and I'm here at the State House with Ed. My name is John, and I'm here at the State House with Ed. And I've been smoking weed since I was 14. I'm 40 now. Man, I remember the first time I ever smoked. I was at the bus stop with my friend Christian, and he said to me, "Hey, John, want to smoke a joint?" And I said, "Sure." He said, "Come to the bus stop the next day." So I showed up, and next thing I know, he's smoking up this joint, and we're passing it back and forth, and the bus comes, and I actually felt getting up the stairs, and everyone laughed, and ever since that day, it's been a wrap. I think I can honestly say I've been stoned since the 7th grade. But it's a good day here, and sun shining, and temperature's nice. I guess not. So Lefty's over here getting set up still. I tell you, these past 20-something years has been one heck of a ride. Thank God weed's legal now. No more getting arrested for it. I had 2 charges for possession of marijuana. Both times I got caught with a roach. Ridiculous.
our last day here before the.
And this is our last day here before the Thanksgiving episode. Thanksgiving will be the last day for the year. Uh, Thanksgiving is the last time. Couple hours, about 3. I have no idea.
Then we got to get you a wireless mic over there. I like the signage. I want to be able to see the sign in the. Yeah, if we just move the whole tent that way, and then we could see the sativa cross and all the. Oh, this is great signage today. Great signage. I think, yeah, it would be best if it was over there. And we got some great signage here. It says Senator Scutari's blockade on medical home grow, a happy grim reaper. Equals a happy grim reaper.
If the
Senate's-
Grim Reaper was here, he'd love it.
If Harry Anslinger was here, he'd be happy. Harry Anslinger supports Senator Scutari. From the grave. He's turning over in his grave in a happy way, Mr. Anslinger. Do you think Senator Scutari knows that more black and brown people are going to go to jail for growing? You think it's low-key racism? I'll go there. I'll go there. S342 co-sponsors enabled the Scutari blockade. So maybe it is low-key racism. I don't know. I've never seen such crap in my life where so many people of color think you can grow weed. And then now they're getting busted growing weed. And they're going through the system. And wait a minute, we legalize weed. Why are people of color going to jail? Why are people of color being put in chains for a plant that's legalized? How does that make sense in anyone's world? There's no social justice. Talk about social justice. Nah, there ain't no social justice. When there's woolly beamers in the world getting put through the system, there's no social justice. Where's his social justice? Where's his 15 plants that the police took away? Where's the time that he spent in jail in chains taken away? How does he get that back? When's he get that back? No, he ain't getting that back either. I want to know where Willie Beamer's social justice is, Jim. Does he get social justice too?
Yeah. He doesn't get social justice. He's lucky he didn't go to prison for 5 to 20 for growing medicine he couldn't afford though.
Right.
So, conversely speaking, breaking even there was the best thing that ever happened to him, but that was because of a bad warrant or something. Other patients aren't going to be so lucky.
Right.
They're legal to use it, can't grow it. If they grow it, they will face the same penalties a non-patient does. They would face the same 5 to 20 that he faced.
Take a plea.
Yeah, and they didn't change the law for home grow when it became legal for adults. It's just as illegal to grow as when it was an illegal plant. Plant's legal, same penalty for growing it. Wow.
Hey, little cancer patient, go to jail now. You go to jail for growing weed. Hey, little cancer patient, take a deal. I know you're growing weed because you can't afford your medicine, but here's a deal. Take a plea, little cancer patient. Take a plea. My little MS patient. Take a plea. Take a plea, my PTSD sufferer. Take a plea for growing that weed. Senator Scutari, stand down. Allow S342 to be heard. He's so lucky we didn't get the rat out here. We almost got the rat. We almost got the huge blow up rat out here for Rattari. Senator Rattari. That's it. Senator Rattari, we're going to call him now. He's not the Don of cannabis. Senator Scutari is an enemy to cannabis patients. He's an enemy. Senator Scutari is like Hamas to medical patients. Too much? Okay, too much. Hezbollah? Not too much. All right, we won't go there. Okay, we'll go there. I'm just being shocking. And by the way, I meant hummus because it's almost lunchtime. I love hummus. No, we don't have checks and balances here. No, sorry, we don't got that. We don't even have social justice. Social justice is a sham. It's actually a sham. It's a feel-good thing to make you feel good. But you know what? Half of the businesses already fail. So if you don't have funding, you're going to fail. So they make it seem like there's social justice, but if there was social justice, we wouldn't have people like Willie Beamer going through the system, put in chains for a plant. Willie Beamer is a black man put in chains for a plant. Oh, I thought we legalized it. No, we did not. Anthony Diaz, another black man put in chains for a plant for growing his medicine. Growing weed for cancer. Go to jail. Oh, I have signage. I have signage. Growing weed for cancer. Go to jail. Grow weed for profit. Yay, New Jersey. Woohoo. Okay, I have a clip. Can you help move this so we don't have any more dead air? I'd like to keep the flow going here, and I'm going to call. Oh, Pat Duff. We lost Pat Duff. I have to call. Let me make a phone call here. See what happened here. We had a phone call going here. Let's see if this works. Really should. Oh, there we go. It's working now. Okay. Oh, now we get no answer. Nothing. Oh, okay. I would like to move the tent though. I would like to move this over, and I have a sign I want to put out there. My home grow sign. I want to put out my home grow sign. Do you see my little white professionally made sign? It says growing for money. It should be over here. Oh, it's right behind you. Dan was using it as a backboard. That's it. Yes. Can you put that over there somewhere so we could see it? That's important. Maybe we should move the whole thing over here. Let's move the whole thing over. Move the whole thing over. Hey, that's pretty good. Hey, that's not bad. I think you can read everything. Oh, can you turn those other signs in a little bit in towards us? Like hit the left side of it. Yeah, turn them towards. Yeah. More towards us. A little more. Yeah, that's good. Now that one says medical marijuana patients are dying to grow what they can't afford. And then it says New Jersey legalized unaffordable plant medicine, but jails you if you grow it. Yes, they will. They put you in jail for 5 to 25 years for growing cannabis in New Jersey. Yes, sir.
$5 to 25 years.
Yeah, that's what Willie Beamer was facing. And the only reason that I think he got off was because they made a mistake with the warrant. It wasn't like they were like, oh, no, it's just weed. No, we ain't going to. No, they were going to prosecute him if they had a case, but they screwed up. They screwed up and they had to let it go. It was the poison tree, apple from the poison tree. It was no warrant. They had no warrant. It was a bad warrant. Let's see. We've got. All right. I think we're live. I think you can hear us. I think we're good. I like having the tent over there. It's kind of different. And especially like where it says Senator Scutari's blockade on medical home grow, a happy Grim Reaper. Equals a happy Grim Reaper. Let's see. All right. Oh, I have to make a phone call. This should be interesting. This should be interesting. I got to do this one. Oh boy. When did I take this picture? There it is. Take another picture of it. Far back. All right. 858-6925. 858-6925. 858.
Detectives Bureau, Kathy speaking.
Hi, Kathy. I think I might have spoke to you last week. This is Edward Grimes. I'm calling about the gentleman the guy who spit on me. Sergeant Kilmer and Sergeant Rhodes came out that day on September 21st. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And maybe they can call me back because I'm trying to see. I have his license plate number now, and I have a video of him. I have video of everything. I have video of him spitting on me. I have his license plate number. I just don't know his name or how to
Okay.
go forward.
Sure.
616-0682. And this is Edward Grimes.
Yes, Grimes, Grimes.
Yes.
Okay, and regarding
Uh,
the gentleman that spit on you.
Yes, they gave me a case number. It says
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Yes,
Yep,
65899.
you got it. 23, right?
It's supposed to be 23, but it says 21, but it's 23.
Okay, 65899.
Yes.
Okay, I will give them the message, and
Okay.
one of them will call you back.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Take care.
Okay. Yeah, a guy spit on me while I was doing my laps. I do laps around an intersection because I'm fighting for a traffic light for blind people. And the way we got the light on 49th and C was doing exactly what I'm doing, going around in laps and just creating a lot of turmoil in the intersection until they got sick of me and they put a light up. We also went to the council meeting. We also made a diorama. We also wrote a song. We did the same thing here. We made a diorama. We wrote a song. We're doing the same shit. So there's a guy that seems to question me. Here, I can actually play you the audio. He has a problem with me. And I'm not sure what his problem is, but he says that, well, you can walk. I said, I'm fighting for a light for blind people. He says, but you can walk because I'm in my wheelchair. Now, I don't make the connection between fighting for a light for blind people and me being able to get out of my chair and walk. Like, what does one have to do with the other? It actually makes sense that I'm using my chair because I can do more laps in my chair than I can walking. I could do 2 laps walking. I could do 200 laps in my chair. So it actually extends my day. It actually gives me abilities that I don't normally have. And I'm trying to explain that to this guy, and he just gives it to me. And my struggle is I give it right back to him. I have energy for this guy. And he said, "Oh, I'm going to break your phone," because I have my phone out. He's like, "I'm going to smash your phone." I'm like, "Oh, now you're going to threaten me. Okay. Hit me in my face. Punch me. Do something. Hit me in my wheelchair." He's like, "Stand up." I'm like, "No, hit me in my wheelchair." Because I actually have defense. I have wheelchair defense. I have a wheelchair defense. Because when you're in a wheelchair, you're low. You got that, you're low to the ground and you're solid. You're heavy. You're bottom heavy. You got advantages there. There's things you could do in a wheelchair to defend yourself. First of all, if someone punches you, you're always under them. So what do you do when you're under them? Grab the legs. Or I was told to run them over with the wheelchair, grab their belt buckle and run them over. That's what I was told. That would be a good move. I like that move. That's aggressive. Pull them in by the belt buckle and then push the wheelchair forward so you're running over their feet as they're attacking you. That's interesting. I was like, okay. And then I was thinking about just getting some pepper spray too. Because next time someone comes up and threatens me, I'm just going to spray. I'm done. Because I was threatened. He called me a retard. He called me a faggot. And he called me the N-word. So I got a problem with all those words. So you got that. A lot of noise here today. They're building Phil Murphy's little security building. Phil Murphy is so afraid that we're going to be podcasting out front of the building that he's building a security entrance so that he doesn't have to see us. He's going to go in through that security entrance and he'll never have to see us like Chris Christie had to walk past us. Governor Murphy does not want the optics of having to walk past sick and dying people in wheelchairs because it doesn't look good for him. Why are we out here? Because you didn't take Jeff Oakes under your wing. How about that? How about that, Governor Murphy? You didn't take Jeff Oakes under your wing when you had a chance. You had a chance to take a stage 4 cancer patient under your wing. And what did you do? You pushed him off to the Board of Health. You could have taken Jeff Oakes under your wing and said, Jeff, what do you need? And Jeff would have said, I need home grow. And that's not on Phil Murphy's agenda. It's just not. He's beholden to the rich people that are making money off the weed. He doesn't want to help the cancer patients because it's not on the agenda. He walked past us here. The one time Phil Murphy walked past us, we had people in wheelchairs here. We had sick and dying people, and he walked past us, and we literally talked to the back of his head. He couldn't even stop and say hi or, hey, guys, what do you need? Why are you here? What's going on? No, Phil Murphy walked past, and we talked to the back of his head. And that was a while ago. It was before COVID. Wow. Yeah, it was sad. That's how much Phil Murphy cares. And talk about Senator Scutari. Well, it's even worse. It's even worse because Senator Scutari's blockade on medical home grow equals a happy Grim Reaper. That's right. A happy Grim Reaper, a happy Harry Anslinger, happy drug war, happy racist drug war. So the drug war is racist. Right? We can all agree that the war on cannabis is racist. Well, we're continuing it in New Jersey. We're continuing the racist drug war by locking up black and brown people for growing weed. Still to this day, they're probably doing an investigation on a black and brown person right now to try to get them from growing weed. Medical marijuana patients are dying to grow what they can't afford. I went to RIFT the other day, and they talked about how they had craft cannabis at RIFT. I was like, oh, craft cannabis? What is that, and how do you have it? I didn't know we had that in Jersey. Apparently, they said it's because it's medical, and they said it's hand-trimmed, and so I guess that makes it craft cannabis. Hand-trimmed? That's what they said. They said it's hand trimmed.
My pants done, I'm a hand trim that.
Okay, does that make it craft cannabis? I thought craft was like a small place that you kind of sell to other, you know,
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
not a big, yeah. So yeah, I don't think we have craft cannabis in New Jersey, but they seemed very nice when they were lying to me then. They just seem very, I mean, they seem nice. They're good liars if they lied to me because they said, well, we have craft cannabis. It's hand trimmed and it's medical. I'm like, oh, okay. $70 an eighth. Oh boy. Oh, I can afford that on my disability. Oh, yeah. Right on. Hey, little cancer patient, you want to pay $70 an eighth? Come on, it's Mike Tyson's ear.
Oh my God, you're getting ridiculous with that designer weed.
You want some? Here, talk into that mic. I can't hear you. Get it. Just pick it up so I can hear you. There you go.
You know, they're getting ridiculous with this trendy weed and this name brand weed, like this Mike Tyson stuff. And weed is weed. And, you know, when I started smoking, we didn't have names for stuff. We had good and we had regs. It was either good or your reg. What do you got? I think the first time I heard about named weed was 1999, 2000, and that was Northern Lights and Kind Bud. And then we had Hydro,
Hydro.
good old Hydro.
Skunk. We had skunk.
We had Skunk, but we were mostly famous for, at least in Woodbridge, we were mostly famous for that Mexican brick weed.
Yeah, that's what we all had.
Sticks and stems and seed galore.
I liked it. I had no problem with it. It got me to where I am today.
Right. And you know that's the funny thing is these kids today and the ones that are just turning 21 and whatnot have no idea about this Mexican brick weed and the struggle we had to go through of de-stemming it and de-seeding it and praying to God that you can keep it lit.
Yeah, keep it lit. We used to take our album covers and clean the seeds off with the album cover.
Yes.
Double album.
My mom took in this roommate and he had the original Cheech and Chong rolling paper from the original album cover. And the paper was the size of this whole album cover. And we filled that with like a quarter pound of weed. That thing smoked for like 2 weeks. Man, those were the good old times.
So I recently got my medical cannabis card renewed. And when I got it in the mail, I got the guidelines. And these are the guidelines for medicinal cannabis patients and caregivers. As a participant in the medical cannabis program, we would like to provide you with guidelines to help you ensure your compliance with the Jake Honig Compassionate Use Medical Cannabis Act, Jake's Law. Your adherence to these guidelines will minimize the risk of problems in the event you encounter law enforcement while in possession of medical cannabis or paraphernalia. The Attorney General has published guidelines for relevant law enforcement agencies in New Jersey regarding the enforcement of Jake's Law. Law enforcement officers will be trained to respect the statute, but they will also be trained to make certain that the law is not used to conceal the unauthorized use, possession, or distribution of cannabis or other illegal controlled substances. Number 1, patients and caregivers should always carry proper identification, including MCP cards at all times. But what if you don't answer questions? What if a cop comes up to you and you're smoking a joint and you don't answer questions? Then what?
That's a good question. I think they'll arrest you.
You get arrested, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure like
They changed the rules for recreational. Like the cops can't really stop you from the smell of weed.
no, and they can't search your car anymore because of their smell of weed.
Yeah. But this is for patients. Patients have a higher threshold of stuff to deal with here. Watch, it gets better. Medical cannabis must always be maintained in its original labeled packaging. Even while you're smoking it, you got to smoke the plastic with it. You got to smoke the plastic container that it came in with your cannabis.
Gotta love those carcinogens.
It says always. Medical cannabis must always be maintained in its original label packaging. Always means always. It doesn't mean you take it out.
right.
It doesn't mean that's it. You can never take it out of the package. You have to look at it. Look how pretty it is. That's it. There's your medical cannabis.
You can smell it.
You can smell it, maybe. You can smell it. I want to smell it. Here we go. Patients should keep medicinal cannabis at their residence and only transport it when absolutely necessary. Understanding that the smell of burning or raw cannabis outside your home will attract law enforcement attention. But I thought that changed.
I leave the house every day with a lit bowl, and I return to the house with a lit bowl, and I haven't been stopped or questioned yet. And and it's funny because the day they legalized weed, I actually went to a cop and I had him light a joint for me.
You had a cop light a joint for you?
Yes, I did. I walked right up to him. I said, "Excuse me, sir, do you have a light?" And he said, "Yes, I do." And I said, "Thank you."
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's a good one. I love that story. That's a happy ending.
Right?
Right. If transporting or possessing medical cannabis outside your residence, patients and caregivers should keep the amount of their possession to a minimum. And as stated above, should always maintain their original packaging. So you have to bring the littlest amount of cannabis. I don't care how many seizures you're going to have, how much cancer pain you got. Just bring a little bit.
That's all you
Just
need.
bring a little bit. So you have to, don't worry, just bring a little. Don't bring all that weed with you. But recreational users can bring 6 ounces.
Right.
Recreational 6 ounces. But this is for medical patients. This is what medical.
Right, so you don't need a whole bunch of damn medicine, no way.
Yeah, medical patients. You don't need that medicine.
Right,
It's
right, you took too many of it.
oh my goodness. This is what they sent me with my card. I'm like amazed. Oh, here we go. And this has changed too. Patients and caregivers are not allowed to share or in other way distribute medical cannabis to any other person. Medical cannabis is intended solely for the consumption of the patient. I thought I could give you an ounce. Like if I want to give you an ounce, I can give you an ounce.
Right.
But as a patient, no, we can't.
Now, what if it's patient to patient?
No,
Wow,
no.
that's horrible.
According to this, no.
So, like, let's say I'm dying and you're dying and you run out of weed and I have weed.
Die.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Die cancer patient, die.
Oh, man, so you mean to tell me I can't get no marijuana?
Die multiple sclerosis patient, die.
It's sad.
That's where we're at today.
Changing up on the drum.
They changed it up. They're still locking up patients that grow their own medicine. They give them 5 to 25 years. Willie Beamer, person of color, still being put in chains. Anthony Diaz, person of color, still being put in chains for growing weed. But all these people can grow it for money. You grow it for your cancer, you grow it for your MS, you're going to jail. I thought we legalized weed.
Right.
You got people with cancer that want to grow it for their cancer and they're going to jail.
1,000 people that's out there. You got basketball. You got Tyson. Tyson got his own shit.
Oh, Tyson's very expensive.
Yeah, but Tyson got his shit though. And I bet she giving it out.
I wish. I'm on disability. I can't afford nothing. I was hoping we have some people giving out weed here today. Where's all the weed heads at
I'm
today?
trying to find them now.
I got some dabs here. We can do a hit off this if you want. This is always good.
Oh, that's the oil kind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good right now because I still got to go to work.
Oh, you got to go to work. Well, now's a good time.
Right. I got a little bit at in stash.
Uh-huh.
But I go get it now. Soon. But I know that it smells good.
Hold the button. Oh, yeah.
It smells good. Yeah, it smells good.
Woo.
Yeah.
So we're out here fighting for home grow. Senator Scutari's lucky. We were going to get the big inflatable rat. You ever see those big inflatable rats?
Right.
We were going to get that 20-foot rat. We couldn't get it today. We were going to have that today. We almost got it. We
Nothing
almost,
like a dab.
we almost pulled that shit off, man.
Y'all get it. You'll get it. You'll get it.
So you're going to work? Okay. Right on, man. You have a good day. Have a blessed day. God bless. Look forward to that joint when you get home.
That's my medicine.
That's right. It's our medicine. We need to grow our own medicine. That's what we want. That's all we want is to grow our own medicine. We're sick people. We're sick and dying, and we're sick and tired. Sick and dying and sick and tired.
If patients were able to grow their own weed, it would be so much better. Prices would come down. You'd have more affordable weed programs.
Yeah, so the mad spitter spit on me. And I got his license plate number. So I just called the police to see if they're going to help me. And I got to get those 2 sergeants on the case, I guess. So working on that. Bongholio said I should put up signs around the neighborhood that says biological terrorist. Because you're spewing bodily fluids. That's
Mhm.
biological terror. You terrorize me. So it's a biological terrorist. Okay, I like that. And then you put his picture with the police phone number. Say, call the police if you see this guy. So I put that all around the neighborhood. And that'll get
Wow. That's hilarious.
I got a lot of energy for this guy, and I got friends that have great ideas that'll give me more great ideas. I said, Bongholio, that's really awful and terrible, and I love it.
Yeah, I can't see letting people rent space in my head.
I'll be renting
Life's too
space in
short.
his head at that point. But yeah, it bothers me when someone spits on you
Oh yeah,
because it's just I don't know. When you spit on somebody, especially when my back was turned, it's like such a
and you're spreading disease on top of it.
I got a cold after that. Like 5 days after that, I was really sick.
I'll tell you, there's something going around because my girl and I, we were down for like a month and a half with this cold thing. It started in our face and it went to our chest, and I'm still getting rid of stuff in my chest.
Wow.
There's something going around. It's bad.
Yeah. It's COVID-23. Enjoy COVID-23. But you know what helps COVID-23? Cannabis.
Yes, it does. I'll tell you, I think I've had every strain of COVID, and there was nothing better for it than weed. And I can honestly say that because it didn't last long. I didn't have it very long.
Yeah.
The weed gets it out of your lungs.
If you notice, most cannabis users don't get sick because their endocannabinoid system is so healthy that they have high immunity most of the time, and they really keep the colds away.
I want to thank weed for my healthy childhood.
Yes, thank you, weed. Thank you, weed. Just checking on Facebook and stuff here. What's going on? I think we're live. Yeah. All right, just checking. I gotta check every once in a while, making sure we're live here. I drive people crazy when I do this. I'm gonna do it again. Hey everyone, we're live on Sativa Cross. I'm gonna do hey everyone.
So where is Bongholio today?
Bongholio's working.
Ah.
Okay, so all the people that are gonna get mad when I do this, they're gonna get mad now. Hey everyone, we are live. And I just tagged everyone. I tagged everyone in the Sativa Cross Access Bureau, Disability Access Bureau. So now there are people that are going, oh, I just got tagged. And they're looking at it like, oh, it's these guys again. Why do you tag me? Why do you put everyone in there? Why don't you stop using the everyone tag? Did you get it? Did you get it? You should thank me for using the everyone tag. Say thank you, Lefty, for reminding me That, oh my goodness, what's going on across the street? What is that?
What do you see?
I see.
Oh my God, I know what that is. That's the Grim Reaper.
It's the Grim Reaper. He's here for the medical patients. The Grim Reaper is here for the medical patients. Oh no. I hope he's not here for me. Oh no, he's here for someone.
He's walking this way.
I think he's here for S342. I think that the Grim Reaper is here for S342. We're gonna need pictures of the Grim Reaper in front of these signs. Oh my God.
Ed is now walking towards the Grim Reaper. Ed is taking pictures of the Grim Reaper. Hopefully he's here for those growing weed laws.
Quite safe for them.
Are these them? The Grim Reaper has a power washing wand.
Okay, the Grim Reaper is going to take a walk to the. You want to follow him and film him?
Definite.
Yeah, here. The video's going now. Oh, jeez. Hold on. Honeybee, hold on. I'm just here. Yeah. I'll try to take a call. If the phone call ring, if the phone goes, take the call. If the phone rings, take it. I'll try to take it. We're trying. Oh, jeez. The Grim Reaper is. Oh man, you got to see this. The Grim Reaper down there. All right, the Grim Reaper is taking a walk down by the door and he's coming back. If the phone rings, I'll take it. I can't take a call right now. All right, let's do. All right, so the Grim Reaper is here at the State House. Why is the Grim Reaper here? Well, S342 is about to die. And it's the medical cannabis patient home grow bill, and it's about to die because Senator Scutari doesn't care about sick and dying people. He wants to be the Don of cannabis, but he's not taking care of people in wheelchairs. He's not taking care of the sick and dying. He's not taking care of people that have cancer. If you have cancer, you go to jail for 5 years. 5 years for growing weed, but you can grow weed for money in New Jersey. You can grow weed for money, but if you grow it for your cancer, you go to jail. You got black and brown people being put through the system, put in chains for a plant that is legalized for rich white people. Legalized. I don't know what's going on down there, but there's something. The Grim Reaper is, oh man. All right, well, they're taking video, so we'll find out. We'll find out what's happening in a minute. The Grim Reaper at the State House. They're so lucky we didn't get the rat today. We were going to have the rat. We were literally going to have the rat. It didn't work out. We're going to get it for January. We're going to be out here in January. Just so you know, in January, in the middle of January, Chris Goldstein is putting up a tent. He's putting up a tent with a stove in it. And we're going to be out here hotboxing a tent with the rat, with Rat-Tari. Rat-Tari. No, not Ratatouille. Rat-Tari. Senator Scutari flipped. What do you do when someone flips on you? They're a rat. When they flip on you, they become a rat. Well, Senator Scutari has become Rat-Tari. Senator Rat-Tari. The Don of cannabis. Give me a break, Don of cannabis. That's a good spot. Yeah. Well, hello, Grim Reaper. I'm so glad you're not here for me. Not yet.
I understand things look grim here.
They do. Patients are dying. Patients are suffering. And you're here to collect.
I am sorry for the suffering. I would want to make this clear. But I get what I am given. And here, I am given suffering patients. I can assure you, their families like me less than them. But Nick Scutari has been good to me.
Rat-Tari.
You say that like there's something wrong with rats.
No, I mean rat in a verb sense, like when someone flips on you, like a gangster will flip on you, and then they become a rat.
I know many. Some rats that you describe do not last long. Here, there appears to be rules that others don't have to follow. But there are more rats here than in the connected side of Queens. Yes, I threw out 8 or 10 words first. Don't let my power washing wand fool you. It can be deadlier than a sickle or scythe, as you call them. Senator Scutari is weak. He does what he knows is wrong for patients. He does that because he portrays himself as the godfather of legal cannabis in New Jersey. He's quite proud of that. Truth be told, he's sacrificing patients for his greater good of getting money into the New Jersey Treasury. His greatest fear is adults who are not patients. They want to grow their own too, and actually it helps them live longer, so I don't want them to have it either. But he cast a wide net over all things home grow because it is in fact that which is keeping patients from their full access in many cases. He's afraid that if he gives patients what he gave them 14 years ago when he, as a senator, guided medical cannabis legislation, which I was not a fan of, I might say. Very bad for business for the Reaper. He made sure that in the bill that he passed, patients could grow 6 plants. Then some forces from my side made it so they were taken away. He didn't put up a fight. That was to get other patients off the battlefield, and we expected that. But boy, did we have a party when he started screwing patients over. He cast a net so wide it got everybody. He talks about homegrown, not adult homegrown, not sick people trying to save their lives homegrown. He's willing to sacrifice them to keep it from adults who thought they were having it when they voted to have it. Oh, one of my favorite moves. So I come to object to your objections. What about me? What about the Grim Reaper? What about my job? I got people to answer to. You think it's fun? And how hard it is to find a cornhole partner? Nobody. I just throw chestnuts into hole, squirrel dug.
Don't you hang out with the angel of death? Or is that you too?
No, that's me.
I'm not the one that makes any decisions. I'm the one,
Just doing your job.
it's just the escort. I'm there to guide them. I don't know why they make me wear black. Bad branding.
Hello, honeybee. I'm here with the Grim Reaper today, but he's not here for me.
Well, hi. The Grim Reaper. That's not a good thing.
I'm here to show my support for Senator Scutari, who's not allowing patients to grow their own medicine, for crying out loud. What would that do to my end of the deal?
So
I'd
you're
have
there
no
to take him out.
You're going to take him out.
Take him out. It sounds like the proper thing to do.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm really unhappy with my job. I mean, what do you got to offer?
Yeah. Right.
I don't make the decisions. I'm just the guide.
Just doing your job.
You're
However,
just the messenger.
well, I've had a lot more messages with Senator Scutari, making sure that the patients don't get the home grow that he almost got them years ago. That it was his need to see how high he could walk the ladder. And when Senator Sweeney, I'm a fan of him too, when he took his place, he realized that people thought of him as the godfather of marijuana in New Jersey, and he liked it. He loves it. It gives him the power to get money into the New Jersey Treasury. And for that, he would be running for governor. I don't mean like you heard it here first. We know things, you know. And the way to do that, you believe, is by getting the most votes. Ha ha ha. Same thing that outed Senator Sweeney is going to help Nick Scutari become governor, and he's giving them the resume to do it with.
Governor Rattari?
Again, you say that.
What?
Why do everybody think rats are so bad? Now, Scutari, I think we should call him that. I love the way he scoots around patients when they need him. He can scoot to the left and then go so fast to the right, they don't even know where he went.
Well, today on the turnpike, when I got to Linden, I literally gassed to like 90 miles an hour. So it's to scoot past Linden, because Linden is just like a cancer area. If you ever
Right.
smell-
Don't breathe.
don't breathe. Get through there as quick as you can. Scoot past Linden like Scutari. That's what I did. That's where he's from. That's why he's poisoned. I think he's poisoned. His brain is poisoned.
He's got to be. You know, it just doesn't make sense.
You're making cancer patients suffer. What is wrong with you? How dare you make cancer patients suffer more than they have to?
We are on the same side of the page there. There's no need for them to suffer. I would get them sooner or later, and I only get paid once every 100 years or so.
Yeah, Grim Reaper wants to take him out. He wants to end that suffering. And so do I. As a cannabis patient, I want to give you cannabis. The Grim Reaper wants to give you the sickle or the sick.
I understand you have a 501c3. That's good cover. Do you have anybody like me on board?
We can't tell our secrets because you might go after them.
And we can't tell you these things. Our leader's very old. We don't want you going after our leader.
Right. Bongholio, you know. I don't even know how old he is, but you better watch out.
And you
He's
better not
made.
cry.
Yeah.
And it ain't why you think. Ain't nobody coming to town to save your butt.
Oh my goodness. On a lighter note, Honeybee, you're going to Maui in a couple of weeks.
I
And
am.
I just listened to the radio, and from what I understand, Maui is one of the top places to go right now because there's only one small part of that island is affected. So
Yes,
the rest of it is good. But you're going to the part that's affected under
I am.
Sativa Cross's banner. Yeah, you're going under Sativa Cross. Uh-oh.
I am.
Where's the Grim Reaper going? Homegrown Bill is dying.
Oh no.
I'm here for him.
Go out there.
The Grim Reaper is oh boy.
Oh no. Who did he see?
Can you see that? It's scary.
Yeah. So I am going under Sativa Cross to go support Maui because this is one of the other things that we do. We don't just stop with cannabis. We don't just stop with ADA compliance. We don't stop with cancer patients, epilepsy. You know, we do whatever we can to help because we are helpful and not hurtful. You know, cannabis saves lives and we're here to help as much as we can. So I am going to go over to Maui November 3rd, and I'm going to be working with Hope Church of Maui, and I'm also going to be working with the Celebrate Recovery in Maui. So Hope Church is a church that offers Celebrate Recovery to the people of Maui, which I like to support the churches that support Celebrate Recovery. So I've already talked to them and got on board with them so they know who I am. I went to a volunteer Zoom meeting last night. Go ahead.
Hold on. Hello. Yes, hi.
Hi, it's Detective Corrado with the Bayonne Police Department. We got your message.
Oh, okay, great, great. How you doing?
Hey, so just explain to me a little about what's going on with this.
Okay, on September 21st, this guy spit on me, and I have it on video. My back was turned. I was in my wheelchair, and I turned my back and was going away from him, and I caught him
Okay.
spitting on me. I heard it, I saw it, and I felt it. So it was all on video, but I don't know who he was. So I called Sergeant Rhodes and Sergeant Kilmer, but the guy had ran away. He had taken off that day. So the last week I ran into him again, and he started with me again. He called me a retard. He called me a faggot. He called me a bunch of stuff, and I got his license plate number now. So I gave,
Okay.
I gave that to you guys, and I have that on video also.
You have the video also
Yes,
of the license plate.
of everything. Yes.
All right, yeah. So I spoke with my sergeant earlier. He basically told me to call you, explain to you what goes on with this. This was a harassment. You know who the guy is now at this point, correct?
Yes. Well, no,
All right,
no,
so
no,
what
I
you-
don't. I don't know who he is. I just have his license plate. That's all.
All right, what's the license plate?
Hold on one second. Give me 1 second here. It is F Frank 96
Mhm.
Sierra Bravo Victor,
Okay.
and it's a
What kind
Kia.
of car is it?
Kia. It's like a blue-green Kia.
All right, so I'm gonna go find out this name of this party for you, the registered owner. What we're gonna advise you to do is sign a complaint against him because this is harassment. You would have to go to room 14 in City Hall. You just sign a civilian complaint since we're gonna give you the name of the actor, and you guys will basically you'll be summoned to court. Obviously, you go on a certain day. He will be there also. Tell the judge what happened. Judge will rule. So is this a good number to reach you at, the one I just called you on?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm gonna get the name of the registered owner for that car, and I'm gonna give you a call back and let you know, so you can go ahead and file that complaint.
Great. Thank you so much. You're very helpful.
No, no problem. I'll be in touch soon.
And what's your name again?
Detective Cordado,
Cordado.
Cordat.
Okay, great. Thanks, man. Appreciate
All right.
it. Okay.
You're very welcome.
I
I had to take that call.
was wondering.
Very important call right there.
It's a very important call.
And I love
Guy's
my new
going
mixer.
down.
I love my new mixer. I can do all this now. This is great. This is good. This is all good. So the Bayonne police are very helpful now. I'm thinking twice about going after Sergeant Fabricator now, because I just want them to help me. I want the police to help me. And if they help me, then I'm probably just going to let that other thing go. I might let it go. Fabricator. We'll talk about it. We'll have to have a board
Well,
meeting. We'll have to have a board meeting about it. 'Cause
we will.
I have you guys to help me make decisions in my life. You board members thought you were out actually helping others. No, you're helping me too. I need help making decisions of my life, and I need the board to help me. Pull me back, because I do too much sometimes. I know
Do you listen?
I know I'm very extra. And I need you all to pull me back. Like, don't jump off that cliff, Lefty. Don't do it. Take that ramp off the stage. Don't do it. Nobody told me not to take that ramp. A good friend would say, don't do that. Don't do the ramp. Don't take the ramp off that stage. You need a 50-foot ramp, Lefty. You have a 10-foot ramp. But no, I need people to pull me back because I'm stupid. I'll do what
No,
I do-
Lefty. I
I
would have
listen.
been there. Hold
At least
on. Let me get the camera out and
No,
go.
I need
That
more
would have been
camera
me.
angles. Yeah, more camera angles. Yo, nothing under
and
me.
go.
Normally, there's steps under me. There's nothing under me. I was literally a 5-foot drop. A 5-foot drop
Wow.
to the ground if they didn't hold the ramp. It was scary. It was scary.
Well, who in their right mind thought that was going to work?
I did. And it did work.
Oh.
It did work.
Okay, this is why you need us. Okay.
It did work.
Okay. We're going to have a board meeting before
Okay.
you on those
Can we have a board meeting?
adventures. Yes. We have a quorum yet? We have 3. We have three of the 4 that we need. Oh, that's great.
The
So
Grim
let's
Reaper is
go
just
back
really-
to Maui. What?
Back to Maui. I'm looking at the Grim Reaper here. Look at this. This is creepy.
But you know what's creepy is kid was gonna go find people, and then the police officer called, and now that guy who spit on you is in the eyes of the Grim Reaper. So he better watch out.
Yeah, he's in trouble now. He's in trouble now.
Yes.
The police are
Yes.
helping me, so I can't complain. If the police help me, okay, good. We're gonna go after the spitter who should have swallowed.
Oh, and you forgot that that guy called you the N-word.
Yes, he called me a lot of bad things. He called me every bad word you can think of. He called me. You name
Well,
it.
the worst one is he called you the N-word. And
Called
I'm
me
offended.
a lot of people are offended. and
I
was
am offended.
So stay in your lane. Don't mind your business. I'm doing my laps. Why do you need to intervene? Why do you need to
Right.
tell people how stupid I am?
And don't be calling the black card on white people, because that's weird.
It was weird.
I mean, he called you the N-word.
Called me a bitch ass N word. I'm not even going to repeat that word. It was a bitch
No,
ass
that's
N-word.
offensive.
And
It's
it's like, what are
offensive.
you doing? What are you doing using that word? First of all,
It makes no sense.
plenty
So
of my
they can call us the N-word. They can call each other the N-word. But if we call them the N-word,
no, I don't like being called the N word. I got a problem with
nobody
that. I'm
does.
sorry.
Nobody
Nobody's
does.
ever called. My problem is nobody's ever called me that. That's the first time nobody's ever called me that. I'm like, you just called me that. I'm like, how dare you?
I'm
me back.
offended.
It just took me aback. I'm like, yo, I've never been called that word. And you're gonna call like, what are you doing? Where's your energy?
Yeah, because you were just, bad things and not helping people out there at all.
My problem is I interact in a bad way. That's why I go to Pastor Christina for prayer before I do every lap. I go to get prayer so I don't act like a dick. I do it, just in my life because I'm a
Middle name's
dick.
Richard. Your middle name is
My middle
Richard.
name's
So I
Richard,
don't know.
and I need Jesus in my life to keep me from probably punching somebody.
You have to change your middle name. It's gonna be Edward.
Dick Grimes. My
No, we'll
mommy
change
hated
your
me.
middle name.
My mother hated me.
Yeah. I
Who
don't
would
think
name
she
their kid
liked
Dick
you.
Grimes? Who would name their kid Dick Grime?
I don't
Seriously,
know, but
Dick Grimes. Sounds like Dick Grime.
it
Who would name
sounds
your-
horrible.
Who would name your kid Dick Grime?
It's now I know why you have
Now,
problems.
You think this out. Come on. Your whole life has to go as a life. Dick Grime. I don't even
Yeah,
think
that's
it's funny.
horrible.
Like, who would name their kid that? That's abuse. That's child abuse. It's like the
That is
Johnny Cash
abuse.
song, A Boy Named Sue. Oh, you expect me to grow up beating
Right.
up people? What do you want me to beat up and get into violent fights with people because my name's Sue? No.
No, maybe your mom wanted you to write a song.
You name me Dick Grimes. How
You
dare
should
you?
write a song. Dick Grimes and the Grim Reaper. It's kind of funny. Okay, so let's go to Maui.
Yeah, can we talk about Maui? I love to hear about Maui and your trip to Maui. We're making you t-shirts for Maui and they're on their way. No, they're not on their
Oh,
way.
I saw that you bought me a shirt from Michael's. Thank you. Not Walmart. I am not a Walmart supporter. I don't shop at Walmart unless I absolutely have to. But anywho, so I got my shirts made. What are we going to put on the back of it? Are we going to put helpful, not hurtful? Put something on the back,
Sure.
or follow us at sativacross.org.
That's on the front. It says sativacross.org on the front.
Okay.
And then on the back, it could be helpful, not hurtful, which is always good.
So if anyone wants to donate and watch me in Maui, I'm going to be recording different things that I do. And it's going to be a lot of fun. It's also going to be really challenging. I am going to be renting a van, and it's only $25 a day, and I'm going to be sleeping in my van. And that is the most economical way that we have found that we could be, you know, saving our money and doing the things that really matter in Maui. There's a lot of people that have lost a lot of people, a lot of all their things. Devastation has hit Maui, and I have been doing training on peer-to-peer helping. I've been doing these modules on peer-to-peer helping children and teens so far with grief and loss. And this is really not, it's not easy doing these modules because I'm having to, listen to the children's stories of some of the things that they've lost and some of the things that they're dealing with. So I've only made it to module 2 because, as some of you know, I lost my son in 2015 to epilepsy complications. And so losing a child and being remembered of the loss and having to go through that and having to grieve and all the things that go with losing someone that you love. Now I get to go back and help families, and I'm going to focus on the children. And just like I held my children's business fair in Wood Village August 19th, I'm going to see what I could do to help the children in Maui and help be a shining star in their bad day, or help them deal with loss. Dealing with loss is something that is never easy, and no one ever really wants to go through it. So I'm excited for that. I have a friend there right now. Her name is Shalom, and she is working with Maui Medics. She used to be an EMT in California. She has family that lives in Maui, so she's going to be there for me to help be my support, help me around the island, help me with ways to make this trip economical. So I'm going to be renting a van for $25 a day, and I'm going to get an air mattress and sleep in the van. And a lot of my food and stuff will be through when I help. I will be able to, they're going to feed us, and some places are going to room and board. So I'm going to go out there and find the places that room and board. I've met some cool people on my Zoom volunteer call last night. I met this lady who travels all over Maui, and she does luau's and stuff, and so she's pretty well known in Maui. And I'm getting to know people like that and coordinators. I told them that I had a lot of different skills, and one of the things that I had experience in is event coordinating. So they need help with things like coordinating the volunteers, helping with events. And so I've filled out my application and talked to a few different people about what I can offer. So today I noticed that there was a sale on airline tickets. So if anyone wants to donate to me, well, they could donate to sativacross.org, because sativacross.org is the one that will be helping with this. As you know, I'm on the board of Sativa Cross. I'm the secretary of the nonprofit. And so the money that anyone wants to donate to go directly to Maui, go to sativacross.org and send in any donations. You could also send in a donation and you can get free stuff. We have shirts, lighters, stickers, and different things that we are working on to give back for donations. So I'll be hosting a group for Sativa Cross Gives Back to Maui. And we're trying to think of a cool hashtag for Sativa Cross Gives Back. And so I'm hoping that I can stay out there as long as I can. You know, I did try to move out to Maui a couple times, or actually the big island, Oahu, or not Oahu. I think it was Kauai. I don't know. They have a lot of different names, but so see how long I stay out there. Round trip tickets right now are I can get a one-way ticket for $240, and they're as low as I just saw as low as $160 today. So round trip is going to be less than $500. My my lodging is going to be $25. And then I'll have a vehicle to drive around the island and go to the different places, because they're going to have these facilitators in the different parts of Maui that is affected by the fires, because they need different people to help with different groups. So I'm going to be doing that. And so far, I'm probably going to only stay till just after Thanksgiving, unless I fly to Jersey for Thanksgiving. I don't know yet, but I'm trying to stay in Hawaii and maybe move there. You just never know. So that's our first thing that we're doing right now. And then right now, also, I am going to be starting to get onto the podcast so we can start getting our 7/10 National Cannabis Patient Awareness Day started in full swing, because we took a couple of months break because that was a lot. So we're going to start asking for each state's help again, getting people locked in, because now is the time that we need to get our permits for the state house, and start getting events for each state up and running, so we can better facilitate each state. You know, this is only going to be our third annual Patient Awareness Day, and we are still learning on all the things that we need to do to coordinate a nationwide national holiday. And it is definitely a work in progress. Lefty and I, we work, well, Lefty works a lot harder than I do, but I work really hard at giving him a hard time. So we both work really hard. So if if you guys know people in the different states that want to take part, hashtag take part. We need a designated person in each state to go to their state house to join us on our national Zoom call that we have on July 10th all day. So Lefty and I host from coast to coast. I host it in Portland. The state capital, Salem. So I host it in Salem with Paul Stanford and Teresa Stanford and whoever else we can get to go there. But right now I'm just starting out small there because it's kind of a ways away and I don't have a lot of people that I need to get started now to make this successful. And so here we are. So today is our kickoff to reopen National Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. So if anyone wants to get connected with that, chime in on the chat. Let us know how you can help. Let us know if there's someone that you know that would want to help. We need all kinds of volunteers. We need volunteers to help us contact each state, stay in constant contact with each state and their representative, because Lefty just can't do everything. And I can do the West Coast. We need someone to help Lefty do the East Coast with follow-up calls, soliciting sponsors, looking for different ways that we can give back to the community. We are in the process of getting our 501c3 ready for raffles, bingos, and different things like that. So we're able to work on getting more money for our nonprofit so we can give back. So right now we have El Rampador and Bong Holio going around and making awareness for a lot of different things. And that's been a lot of fun to watch. In Portland, I just signed up Oregon as I signed up Sativa Cross in Oregon so that we have our Sativa Cross West branch or West Division all set up so we can do business in Oregon now and on the West Coast. So we really have taken this nationwide, and we're not stopping. Now I'm going even more west. So I'm going to Hawaii.
You're really going west now. You're going so west, you're east. That's great. Your face just froze. Oh, that's great. Your face froze like this. I love it. I love that your face froze like. That's what the noise that you would make with that face would be like. If you can see her face, look at this. Caption this. Caption her face. Caption her face. Her phone died. Grim Reaper, come on! I'm trying to make a phone call. You have to kill a call. You think that's funny, killing phone calls? That's not funny. No, Grim Reaper, that's not funny. Trying to do a show here. He's killing phone calls. Really? Grim Reaper thinks he's funny. I don't get it. Come on. You know, you're freaking people out, you know. You're freaking me out. You want a joint? We can roll you a joint. Yeah. Let's roll a joint. Can you roll a joint? Yeah. Can you roll a good one? Or are you gonna say, can you roll a good one?
I am the master at rolling.
Okay, good. Garlic burger. Grim Reaper, I want you to smell this weed. Smell this weed.
Don't kill it.
Well, I don't know what happened.
We're gonna smoke this.
Puff pass.
Garlic burger. Oh, yeah.
I'm giving you the extra long paper, and you can put a filter in there.
No, I'm good.
All right. So yeah, honeybee, your face froze, and it was like, you had that look of like if I was to caption your face, it was like, yeah, it was great. Great, your
Like
face.
when
it was like your shit face.
was it? Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Good one. That's a good one.
That's what you look like.
So, everyone can, if anyone wants to help, anyone has any points they want to give me for airfare or any timeshares in Maui or anything, go through sativacross.org because we're making this official. I'm not trying to profit from this at all. I am actually giving back my own money to go and help other people in need. So
you just donated $500 to Sativa Cross. So thank you.
I did.
That was huge.
We are making a difference, and any way that I can help, it really is going far. Our dollars are going farther than you guys think. So I'm pretty excited. So how many states do we have? We need to start going down the states.
Is the Grim Reaper coming back? Oh. Oh, he's getting a meat grinder. He's getting a meat grinder to grind the meat. He's gonna get a paper shredder too, to shred the bill.
That's a good one.
He's getting, he's getting- never mind a sickle. He's gonna get a paper shredder. Hard to cut paper with a sickle. You got to get it real small pieces, so you need a paper shredder. Don't get your garment stuck in there. He's got these long arms and these long droopy,
He really has a paper shredder.
that would be great. If he pulls out a paper shredder. Ooh. What's that? Weed. Oh, the paper shredder with weed? Is
Yeah.
that what you said?
Yeah. Imagine trying to use this paper shredder to shred the weed.
Like a grinder.
Yeah.
Like you grind it with a paper shredder.
Yeah.
If you had like a pound of weed, put it through a paper shredder.
I wonder.
That'd be cool. Let's try that. Well, next pound of weed I get, I'm putting it through a paper shredder.
Bet.
Bet.
You know what? That's probably a good idea. You know how many
Some will
joints you
have
could
to.
roll?
The Grim Reaper has a bag.
And out the bottom.
And
Oh,
Grim Reaper, do you have a paper shredder for S342?
Oh my God. Yes. I haven't seen one of these in forever.
Oh wow. Grim Reaper, do you have a paper shredder for S342? Instead of a sickle, you can use a paper shredder. Might be more efficient to to kill the bill that way.
I prefer fire.
Fire. Yeah, yeah. Roll a joint with the bill. Would that be appropriate? Rolling a joint with the bill?
Absolutely.
I think that's a great idea. The bill needs to
We're
go
rolling a
up and
joint.
smoke.
We're rolling a joint right now for the Grim Reaper to smoke. He's the Grim Reaper. He's going to kill Senate Bill S342.
I don't make the decisions,
Yeah, he's just doing his job.
and I do accept gratitude in the form of if he can find a way to stick that joint through my ever closed mouth.
Yeah, how you gonna smoke this joint, by the way?
I will find a way.
Oh my God,
I will find a way.
that thing is gonna get wet.
I will find a way. It did smell good. Of course, I don't have much of a nose either, so go figure.
Uh-oh, I hear somebody getting riled up as we are. She sounds as mad as we are. Oh, come here. We'll tell you.
He's my friend, the Senate president, who can stop any bill from moving that he wants. There's a bill I, as the Grim Reaper, do not like that could save many medical marijuana patients' lives. And I will not get to escort them as soon as Senator Scutari making sure they don't have full access or they go broke buying it.
He's a state senator, Senate president. He's from Linden.
He'll be back here on November 20th doing business for the month.
Really? Oh, really?
We do.
Yeah, that's what this is. You're in one.
I appreciate your
You're
enthusiasm.
right in the and I felt the same way when you were reading those. I'm like, yes, she gets it, because how come a cancer patient goes to jail for 5 years for growing something that's legal? I thought we legalized weed. We didn't legalize weed. They talk about social justice. Where's the social justice for my friend Willie? They put him in chains for growing weed.
Well, handcuffs.
Chains.
But there was chains between handcuffs.
He was in chains for weed. I thought we legalized it.
I do not enjoy being the escort. I think I might switch sides. I've come to enjoy the way you do business. I'm really sick of that
Hit this.
rat scutari.
Yeah, you got to hold the button. Yeah, grab that microphone. I got to ask you something. Yeah, grab that mic. Yeah, there you go. How you doing? What's your name?
Katie.
Hi, Katie. I'm Lefty. This is the Grim Reaper. He's here. He's here. He's here. They're killing this bill. Let me ask you a question. Are you a cannabis patient, or are you just a consumer, or?
It's consumer.
Consumer.
I'd like to be a patient.
Okay, yeah. It's very expensive to be a patient.
I don't know anything about that. I just know that I have state insurance and fucking New Jersey.
My card, but you'll have to reach for it. My arms don't stretch.
You actually have another card, Jim. Sorry. Here you go.
Thank you. I mean, the whole medical and pharmaceutical shit right now is chaotic.
In Georgia, they're allowing cannabis to be sold in pharmacies now in Georgia, which opens the door for insurance. So if you want to become a patient, now would become the time, because you may get insurance coverage and you may get cheaper cannabis prices that way.
So let me ask you a question. If you are medically declared to have marijuana, you're telling me insurance doesn't cover it.
Not now, not right now.
So you have to pay full price at a dispensary?
Oh yeah, it's
Insurance is allowed to cover it. They just aren't made to cover it.
right.
And it said
But-
in the bill that was passed that they do not have to. So
But the state pays people to grow the weed for them, correct?
Yes.
well, they do make a hefty profit in the process. I understand people can get their $400 ounces instead of a dispensary around $200. Hippies rod.
Is that the state-owned dispensaries or the independent ones?
All of them,
Yeah.
same thing.
Couple hours. We'll be out here smoking all
Well,
day.
I gotta go to Mooresville because
Oh.
I have Mooresville State Insurance and CVS.
Oh.
No pharmacy out here will fill my prescriptions because I have PA insurance.
Oh.
Even though it's the same fucking thing, but
Okay. Let me 3 questions. When was the first time you smoked weed?
16.
Was there a story behind it?
No, my manager at the time gave me some to smoke. Just trying it.
What's your favorite munchie food?
Oh God. Probably every snack possible.
What do you have at home that you're gonna smoke after this? I mean, gonna eat after this.
I don't know. Probably whatever we have in our bag.
What's in the bag?
Who knows?
Chicken? What kind of chicken? You got bread?
No chicken. We're homeless. We ain't got no food in there. We ate it all.
Let's go. There's the waters. Did you get the water? Did you take the water?
Oh, here, this is out.
Did you grab the waters? Oh, okay.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
get this.
We
I've
got
I don't
water
even
for you
know what I'm
guys.
doing. I don't even care about going to get my medicine right now. This is like the only medicine people need
This
for
is
real.
It. This is it.
The one and only.
I don't really have that much. I have this. You take this.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, enjoy that. Yep. No, Jim might have something here.
I'm the Reaper. I'm not Jim.
Sorry. My last question is, if you have a friend who's down on his luck, who is upset or depressed, what's like something that you would tell them to help cheer them up or cheer anyone up that would give someone some hope and some inspirational quote, maybe? Anything? What's that? Say it on the mic. I can't hear you.
Things get greater later.
Things get greater later. Greater. I like that. Greater later. Nice. What about? What do you
I like a better day is coming.
Better days coming.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully. I prefer to get better than worse.
Hey, let me ask you a question, bro. When was the first time you smoked weed?
10.
10. Was there a story behind it?
I was watching Friday.
You can't help it, right? What's your favorite munchie food?
It'll probably have to be chips, some type of chips, Doritos or something.
Nice. Anything like chocolate on the. We've heard chocolate and Doritos. We've heard sour cream. That sounds good, actually.
Thanks a lot, my guy. You got some good shit.
There you go. Yes.
Okay.
God bless, man.
All right, come on, let's make this.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Enjoy. I know this man.
Hello there, sir. How are you? How you feeling? You made it. Oh boy. Good to see you, man. Well, that high pitch.
Don't let my power washer attachment without its scythe blade on it. It is just as deadly.
Excuse me for a minute.
My purpose today. I thought medical marijuana bill was a person, damn it. I've come to find out it's a bill. How you feeling? They're smiling a little. See? Funny. I just got to donate a Grim Reaper bud and a couple of small buds to passing homeless couple. Yeah, it feels good to run out, but you're a good man. I'm about to go back to the car and send Jim back. I believe I'll be moseying on. Okay, this costume's coming off. This uniform is coming off. Don't forget what I told you.
Wow. Grim Reaper. So yeah, people come up all the time and are like, yeah, we got free samples, you got free samples. And well, no, I don't. I'm a patient. I don't have free samples, but once they say they're homeless, I'm like, oh, all right. That's a whole different world, man. You just yeah, here, take the joint, enjoy the joint, enjoy Jim's weed. God bless you guys, because being homeless, especially in the winter coming up, man, it's gonna be tough. And there's not a lot of reasons people are homeless. And a lot of them because of these people in this building. A lot of it is because the victim of circumstance, because of the government. It's not all people that are screwed up. They're people that are made to be screwed up.
We're not too far from being in that spot, actually, with all the medical bills for Danny and trying to come up with bills for ourselves, and we're paying his stuff and our stuff, and we're out of money. I can't even afford a dime of weed anymore. Like, this is crazy.
You're closer to being a bankrupt than you are to being a millionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're closer to bankruptcy than we are to being a millionaire. And you're literally one medical bill away from being bankrupt. Literally one medical bill. A lot of reasons people are homeless. A lot of reasons why people are hurting. And especially here in Trenton. Hey, Jim, where you been? You missed the Grim Reaper. He was here. Yeah.
Smedman too? You gone?
No, he's coming back. He'll be back.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yes, home grow, home grow.
Now. Oh, I'm sweating.
That was Seth. That was Seth. I hope we get to hang out long enough to see Danny come back.
Time is it?
It's 1:26. It'll be a while. They gotta do a lot of tests on him, but I'm glad he's getting tested.
His daughter's still trying to find out where he's at, what hospital he's at.
Okay, we don't know yet.
I just got off the phone with her.
They said right around the corner here. They said,
That's
right-
what I just told her. She said she thought that they brought him to the one on New Brunswick Avenue.
I don't know.
I told her that they were bringing him one. I told her that they were bringing her to the one over here by us, and so she's gonna try over there and see if she could find him there.
They lost Dan.
Yeah. They lost Danny.
He didn't get lost and they lost him. The unique way to start out the day.
Right?
Yeah, well. It's been a long road for him. It's hard to look at something from somebody else's point of view when you don't know how their point of view might have been changed by what happened to Dan.
You know, we've been treating him as like nothing happened, honestly, and he seems to be doing good for the most part. He knows what he wants. He knows where he is. He knows what time of day it is. He knows what year it is. As long as he's got all that down and he doesn't really leave the house. So, I mean, we bring him all his groceries and everything. And in fact, we just made the delivery yesterday. And I told him as I was leaving, I was like, if you go tomorrow, call me and let me know if you're going and I'll stop here and come get you first. And he's like, why? I said, what do you mean, why? You know?
He wants independence. He wants to be able to walk from there to here.
I
what he
mean, I
wants.
get it.
He
I
wants
get
to be
it.
where he used to be.
Yeah.
And
Can't blame him.
he used to be here and coming, that's why I say.
And you can't blame him for that. And the
No.
fact that he's so stubborn all the time.
Yeah.
Man,
That's what I love about him. He just keep going, keep it moving, keep it moving. And that's it's good to keep it moving. Keep it moving.
It
man.
is good to keep it moving.
It's
You're
better than
right.
giving up and laying in bed and not doing anything.
But God forbid something like this happens.
But
People
yeah.
think it's an emergency and it's really not.
Does he fall a lot?
From what I understand.
Really? Okay, this
Yeah.
happens a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
From what I understand.
All right. Actually, I didn't know. And I was asking him, does this happen a lot, Dan? He's like, no. I said, this doesn't happen a lot. Because he told me this doesn't happen a lot. So
He's fallen a few times.
yeah. So and he didn't really he just kind of he didn't hurt himself when he fell because he fell on the grass, but kind of just went over, right?
Right. He was probably too stoned for his own good.
Yeah, I think he was a little stoned. So. He was a little high.
I know he goes out and buys weed, and I don't know where he goes. I think he goes to Bud Bandit over here in Trenton, and that's right down the street from his house. So I think he either goes there or he goes to Mo Weed.
Oh, Mo Weed.
Yeah, he'll go there. I know he had a membership to Weedman's. I don't know if he still does. That used to be one of his spots.
Hey, smoke something fun?
Oh. Yeah. What is that?
They're called hash wraps.
That's a hash wrap.
Yeah, that's a preformed cone made out of hash.
What the?
What do you wait? How is that made out of hash? What kind of hash and how the hell do you do that?
What?
What the F?
I don't make them myself, so I can't tell you exactly.
Wow.
Buddy Ganja Man NJ makes them. There's a few companies on the West Coast that make them.
Hash wraps.
Yeah, first ones I saw, buddy of mine in California makes, those are like 3.5 grams. So
Oh,
those are a good
shit.
time.
So do you go to California to get these or do you have them delivered?
No, this is local. If I get anything from California, it's usually shipped.
Try that. That's the garlic burger. You probably didn't get a hit before from the.
No, I really didn't.
We had to give the weed to the homeless guy. I didn't know they're homeless. I felt really bad when they said that. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, that sucks. Nice.
Oh, that's delicious.
Garlic burger. I love garlic burger.
It's
It's
delicious.
gassy, really gassy, and yes. Hey Seth, what's up? I'm for home grow.
That was me.
What's up, man?
Sorry. Yeah, same. What's up, man? What's
Yeah.
up? You went there.
No, not a hash hole.
This is great. It's a hash wrap. Hash wrap. Have you smoked a hash wrap yet?
I haven't.
No, me neither. This is like I'm a virgin to hash wrap.
I think
I've-
we're
I've
all
never
virgins to the hash
I've never
wrap.
seen this. This is new to me. Like, how do I not know this? Hash wrap.
I've never heard of this before.
Brilliant. You guys are stoner innovations. I love it. Hash wraps. Who gave me this? This is crazy, whatever's in there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So yeah, the truck is very noisy over there today. I wish they would go away. Very loud. Yeah.
I usually smoke joints because when I have weed, like I said, I only buy dimes, and
I've been smoking Dutchess for like 25 years.
so I try.
Yeah.
A dime lasts me 3 days because I usually just smoke bowls. So I have to let it last as long as possible.
I'm trying to find a picture. My buddy in California, they did one that was, I think it was like 2-ounce hash wrap.
A 2-ounce hash wrap.
It was a cone like this big.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. That's for a
Hey,
party. That's for like for a rugby game or a football game. If you want to last like, 3 quarters.
okay.
If you want to go for like 3 quarters without having to roll a new one, maybe 4. That can buy that's a 4.
I've smoked these to the heck. My buddy in California that are 3.5 grams, no chance. You
Cool.
pack them tight,
Where
they
is it?
last like 2 hours.
2 hours. Yeah, that's like almost a
These-
football
these
game.
Burn quite a bit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That works.
there we go. And Seth brings his chair. Yes, he's ready to party. Ready to party.
Always.
And it's summertime here at the State House. You may think it's fall, but it's summertime. It's 77 degrees out here. And we are enjoying the
got a
last
grinder?
sesh of the year.
You got a grinder?
Yes, there's a grinder here. There's a grinder. John, where's the grinder? No, it's over here. Grinder. Old school grinder. That is super old school. I think it's wood. It's biodegradable.
Well, wait till you talk to them.
Oh shit. You're on the air. You're on the air, bro. You should probably go over there. Call. Oh man. And now how do you roll a hash joint? I mean hash roll.
Just pack 'em.
Just packing
So,
it. Just
Yeah,
packing
it's
it.
just a cone, essentially like a cone.
So have you seen the new whack it grinders where you grind it up and then it pours it into the come on.
That's the one you put on the table, right? And it whips it.
Yeah. Grab that white microphone there. Can you grab this? Here, grab that. Slack here.
Yeah, move my crutches out the way.
There you go. You're good. You're good. Don't take the torch with you. There you go. There you go. Hold on, I got you. I got you. All right. What's up, Seth?
What's up? We're
Yes.
live at Trenton State House.
Yes, sir.
We need marijuana home grow,
Yep.
legal.
We need social justice. They talk about social justice. Well, where's Willie Beamer's social justice? Where's Anthony Diaz's social justice? Where is their social justice? It's a joke.
3 years. 3 years I was suspended without pay from my job to keep my benefits, awaiting my trial.
3 years.
Which they hit me with 9 felonies, 4 municipals, and their offer, when they found out at the end I was fully willing to go to a trial, was 12-month probation, $1,000 fine, and plead to a misdemeanor. So they kind of forced me to take it. I agreed to take it only on the condition that they give me back my seeds and some brand new e-rigs they took.
And did they?
I've got to wait until my probation is over because they're part of the current criminal case, even though they were legal when they took them.
Wow.
They're just fucking with me.
Yeah, they're just being dicks. What town was this?
That was Tom's River, Ocean County. They didn't like it in court when I looked at them reeking of weed because I brought an ounce of exotic with me and I blazed right before I walked in there. They
Good for you.
didn't like my response when they threatened to adjourn it to a later date so they could look up the 2018 Farm Bill. My response of, "We are playing by your rules. I shouldn't have to explain them to you."
Yeah, you're the lawyers, not me.
So we found Danny.
What happened? You found Danny?
Yeah, we found Danny.
Where is he?
He's at St. Francis.
Okay. And how's he
And,
doing?
We're waiting on a CAT scan results. He went for a CAT scan. Once the CAT scan comes back, they'll probably release him, but there's a chance they might keep him overnight. We'll know in about a half hour.
His heart was irregular. That's the problem. His heart was irregular and low and like not strong. And that was worrisome.
Just watch, that's probably getting close to the filter.
Yeah, that was worrisome. So it's best he went in there to get checked out. I think, even though he's fallen before, he didn't look good.
Right.
I know he was pushing himself from walking all the way from that bus stop all the way down the street. That's not easy for him either.
No.
I'm good on that, bro.
Yeah, this is dead. Yeah, that guy passed out when he was here before?
Yeah.
No, he
Well,
didn't
no,
pass out.
no.
He fell over.
Yeah.
And unfortunately I got here after everything happened. But from what I understand, he was just sitting in his chair and he smoked a joint and he just kind of fell over. I got here about maybe 3 to 5 minutes after that.
I didn't see it happen. I had my back turned to him, and one of the workers was standing here, and they said, "Yo, yo," and we turned around, and he was on the ground.
Huh.
I was like, "Oh," but he was awake. He wasn't like out. He was awake,
Right.
and I said, "Do you want to sit up?" He's like, "No, I want to lay down." He wanted to lay back. So,
Right.
ah,
Probably a good thing he went to the hospital.
yeah, yeah.
Well, he did look a little pale.
He looked pale, but he's been smoking weed, so I don't know if it was the weed, because the weed he would smoke the joint, but he smokes joints all the time.
Yeah.
So
And like I said, he does go out and buys weed. So
he was wearing a jacket. It was very warm, also, and he was sweating.
he's probably
He
overheated.
was overheated, I'm sure, at some level, because
Just he had that undershirt on, that long
he had a
sleeve
jacket.
shirt.
And people come to events like this, pop-up events, and smoke a lot more without realizing than they normally would.
Right.
It's happened to quite a few people. At 420 event, a friend of mine came down from Connecticut and he carpooled my buddy from New York. My buddy thought he took something a lot heavier, and I said, "No, if you talk to him, he's used to smoking maybe a half a gram a day. Like, we smoked probably a half ounce with him, plus concentrate. Like, it was just,
Yeah.
he took it way too far."
Yeah.
I remember one time, I had this closet in growing up in my room, and the closet was a giant walk space. It was about 15 feet left, 15 feet right, and about 10 feet back. And we used to hang out in my closet. Like we had a TV and a PlayStation in there. Like this was the spot, bro. Like nobody was gonna fuck with us.
Smoking there.
Exactly. And we were smoking in my closet, and we were at this point we were in the front part of my closet, just standing where we hung my clothes up, where I hung my clothes up normally. And we're like, there's 5 of us, and we're just passing this blunt around, and we open up the closet door, and you see all this smoke bill out, And I looked at my friends and everything just went black. And next thing I know, I'm waking up on my bed and everyone's just looking at me like, you all right? And I'm like, dude, that was nuts. Let's do that again.
Years ago, I was at a pop-up in New York and they had a female artist that was gonna perform there and she didn't smoke. And before she got on stage to perform, she passed out. Just from, she doesn't smoke cannabis, never did in her life, just from
Secondhand?
contact. And
Oh.
you're in a smaller
Hot
building,
box,
but
yeah.
I've always
this hot
wondered,
box is cloudy.
Yeah.
I've always wondered like how much of a difference a hot box really makes.
Pre-COVID, these events that like in the city, people, it was a night event. People, instead of going out to the club, would go to a pop-up. There was DJs, you could hang out and smoke.
That's what's up. I want to go to the city. I got to hang out with you for a night, man.
I don't do those events anymore. They don't have them like that anymore. Now, since COVID, everything's kind of get your stuff and go. During COVID, you couldn't have large crowds.
Right.
In the city, they had like a 10 o'clock curfew.
Right.
It went
right.
from, as a secondary work, I'd leave work down here at 3:30, drive up to the city and not leave the city till midnight, 1 a.m. By the time the session broke up and you packed up and leave. And after COVID, everything was shutting down at 10 o'clock. Went up there, it was 2-3 hour session. Everybody just grabbed and ran.
We're gonna do a hot box out here in January. Chris Goldstein has a tent that's like a glamping tent with a stove and like a bottom to it and a whole. He wants to do like a Valley Forge theme out here on January 25th, I believe it is, the fourth Thursday of January. We're gonna hot box this tent out here at the State House. And we're also gonna have the inflatable rat that the unions use. We're gonna have the big rat tari here. So it's gonna be a
Really?
day you want to come out in the
That
winter, dead of winter, coldest day of the year. We're gonna be out here at the State House, hot boxing. Don't miss it. There's an event page already. It's happening.
That sounds fun.
It's happening.
I'm so there.
We could probably set the pump up for the rat inside the tent and have the rat smoking outside the tent.
I would love to fill the rat with pot smoke. Yes. We're gonna compress it. We can fill the compressor with weed. I have to ask Hugh. It's Hugh's. It's UFCW's. We can't ruin it.
Oh my God.
But they might be for that. They might actually. I think they might be for that.
I can see when it comes time to deflate the rat, everyone's trying to take hits off of it.
I pulled up to that event at their union hall. I looked over and I was like, man, I gotta smoke outside. I walked inside. I'm like, wait a minute, this ashtray.
There's ashtrays.
They're like weed union. Of course you could smoke in here.
Amazing. Amazing. So we want to have all our events there from now on at the hall.
I wish it was closer to me. I'd pay dues and just go hang out.
Yeah. Yeah, just hang out. Because a lot of these places have bars where you drink. Well, UFCW has a bar where you smoke.
Where's this at?
Berlin. It's the union hall. And they allow cannabis. It's a cannabis friendly union hall.
In Berlin, New Jersey.
Yes. Oh yeah. UFCW has got it going on. Those guys, they know how to party and they know how to represent the working class.
Give you a seat back in 2 minutes.
Because we need the help, all the help we can get as working class people.
Appreciate your support coming out here too, Go ahead and tell them how good we are in there. Got it. I'm about to light this up. If you want something to help deal with them idiots in there.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, boy.
Jim, it's a hash wrap.
I gotta tell you, man, the last time
Hash wrap.
New Jersey Midman had something like this was at that function in Berlin. And he made me help him smoke that at that function in Berlin. I seriously went beyond being hired and Cheryl Kathy ever seen me. Whoops. And it was funny because it's like you're driving. I'm not bumping into anybody. I'm not falling down. I'm going for more. So against her better judgment, I went like, and it was great. It's like
I gotta tell you, she might have been misinterpreting, like if I had that eighth beer or something, because would be a different story. But this, if I'm not driving, nobody's depending on me for anything. Mo, mo.
Oh,
Those were called torpedoes. They're my same friend makes those. Those are
Torpedoes.
2 grams of top shelf flour, and I think he uses a half a gram of live resin.
Oh. That's definitely a torpedo. That sounds like a torpedo. That's a great name. Definitely market that one. Torpedo. These stoners. Sometimes they come up with the best things ever. Stoner names. Torpedoes.
I have a guy that delivers to me, and he gets his bud from California, and the names of this bud that he has, I'm like, how how did they come up with these names?
Yeah, I need to know the terps. Give me the terp profile. Enough with the names, because green crack in New Jersey and green crack in California are 2 different kinds of weed.
90% of the green crack you're getting is just written on the bag because it's a popular name.
Yeah, please,
Yeah.
please, enough with the green crack.
Alaskan Thunderfuck. Listen, my buddy makes distillate carts. People
Now, when I was
swear-
in Florida, I was able to get an Alaskan Thunderfuck, and that became my #1 favorite strain. Like,
so people swear that the Alaskan Thunderfuck carts are stronger than any other ones. They're all identical. Like my buddy makes them. They're 90% distillate, 10% terpenes.
right.
Not even cannabis terpenes they use in most of the carts.
You're live.
Hello.
Yeah, I brought the car to pass joints with. I figured maybe we could pass a couple of joints with that car. Just like,
That's what that is.
yeah, that's what we pass joints with on the podcast.
I'm sitting here
I
just
think we're
staring
gonna
at it
need
the
a
whole
bigger
time.
car.
It's not gonna fit in this thing. I'm so happy it won't fit in there.
I've seen that car run into little Bongholio, little El Rampador.
We have fun with that car.
No, man, I don't know. You guys were upending him for about 15 minutes one night, and it really was funny on the camera. I mean,
They're going flying. People are
Yeah.
going flying.
oh yeah,
Phew.
you need slow motion for replays on them.
We took a few like that. We put
Yeah.
them out there. It's so fast. Even the slow motion's like, choop, they disappears.
Yeah.
The frame rate, so only so much. Zoop, disappear. It's great.
It's like watching the master at work here. I always wondered how you could
This guy
how you
here,
could get that done.
he stood here in the wind one day and rolled the blunt in the wind with his hand, right, just like this in his hand, and rolled an amazing blunt in the wind. In the wind.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, there are those that can. I saw it done at Willie Beamer's party in front of the courthouse after the case was dismissed.
That was great.
Yeah, but there was
people.
it was necessity. You had to be out.
There were professional rollers out there doing the hand roll thing. Yeah, I saw that. Amazing.
Yeah, but
That's people that are used to smoking on the block.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I'm one of those.
oh look, I still got my Grim Reaper
Standing
belt
on the
on.
corner at the bus
I
stop.
lost my sash.
You always use a dollar bill so nobody goes fucking snatching and run. Break it up in anything other than anything more than a dollar bill, and somebody's gonna grab it and run.
Oh, wait, that was a.
What? Yeah,
Your belt.
Your belt.
that's why the union thing wasn't coming off. I forgot I had it on. Yeah. Hell of a time getting it on. Hell of a time getting it off.
That's great.
I had a green bungee cord. I couldn't find it. How can I lose a bungee cord from trunk to the hood somewhere? A changing room.
Changing room.
How long did that take? 30 minutes probably. I was gone.
Oh my goodness, this smells ridiculous already.
I
Hash
might as well
brown.
just start
Oh my
coughing
God,
right now.
I can see.
Yeah. I start coughing now before it even gets to you because you're gonna cough. What strain are you smoking in there? Not that it matters.
RS11.
RS11. Oh. Enjoy the ride.
Another strain I've never heard of.
Wow. 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 Oh, man. No.
You always gotta warn people to go easy with them. There's a lot of weed and a lot of hash there. And it's gonna,
It hits hard.
you can have 10 people and it's not gonna come back around one more time. It's
This hits
gonna
really
go
hard.
for an hour.
That hits hard. Whoa. Oh, my goodness.
Usually uses a slightly smaller tip. They hit harder because of the big tip
Oh.
too. Sent them the wrong tips.
You got nice tips.
Wow. That is awesome.
Yes, sir. This is how you celebrate it.
I can't wait till 420. So I see you online, Madman, with these bacon. Now,
I
Is-
may have a couple pieces in the car. Have to
is
look.
it Applewood bacon?
No, I actually go to the butcher and get a fresh bacon,
Oh, wow.
thick cut,
Oh, come on.
marinated in the THC marinade.
Oh, come on.
A
You
little
getting,
bit of dry rub, a little bit of brown sugar, a little bit of brown sugar and bake it off.
is it bacon or pork belly?
That's bacon.
Bacon? Oh, man.
That is amazing.
Oh, man, that sounds wild.
Sliced.
That
Sounds
is
wild.
amazing.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And that's
Yeah.
perfect for my girlfriend.
Making
She
me hungry.
doesn't smoke, but she likes her edibles. And but she doesn't like the smoke. And but she has lupus. So the edibles are actually better for her condition.
Yeah.
It helps her colitis, her
Uh-huh.
Crohn's disease.
Better. Yeah, when I started doing pop-ups, I did a lot of high dose edibles, high dose. I made cookies. I was finally able to get them tested. Now with legalization, somebody I know was able to get it tested for me. Regular cookies I make run about 300 milligrams.
Jesus Christ.
I make ones that I make way stronger. I put almost twice as much butter and then add like,
Like 500, 600 milligrams.
no, they're probably 900 to 1100.
Jesus.
Yeah.
On my old phone, I had texts I had saved from people that left pop-ups, and I'd warn people, wait till you get home to eat this. They assume it's a sales pitch, so they won't know they got beat until they get home, 'cause they're expensive.
Right.
And I've got 4 texts from different people who fell asleep at traffic lights leaving sessions.
Holy crap.
Yeah, they get a lot of butter and quite a bit of RSO. Probably if I measured it out, between a third and a half a gram of RSO. Like, yeah, not little single dose.
That is awesome.
I've gotten in trouble when I did pop-ups in the city. One promoter wanted me to do infused desserts, and I did a strawberry shortcake, and I infused the cake, the strawberry topping, and the whipped cream. And there was 5 or 6 people asleep at the sesh.
Wow.
Whipped cream, it seems to be what does it. I stopped infusing the whipped cream. I infuse everything else the same, and it's doable for strong, high tolerance people.
I'm gonna knock him out. Knock him out.
I'll have 2 pieces.
Some people, they're strong, just eat less. Like, you'd think you'd be happy, but sometimes it's hard to eat less.
Yes,
It is. It is really hard to eat less.
Unless it's munchy food. But edibles give me the munchies.
Give you an idea. That's what they look like. That's all RSO, that big X on the top.
My favorite munchy food is cheese and crackers with olives.
Ooh, I like that.
That's nice.
I had pepperoni and mustard.
Pepperoni and mustard is your munchy
To
food.
that, no, to the cheese, crackers and olives.
Oh, well, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Any addition to that is fine, but those 3 are the basics. So you can
Yeah.
start with cheese, crackers, olives, or pickles.
Yeah.
Half sour pickles works well.
Yeah, you really want to do it, just get all that, mix it up how you like it, and then dip the cracker in it.
Mm.
It's the same thing. You get, it's,
Oh, I'm getting hungry now. Oh,
and
and
then I'm an intermittent faster, not by design. I only eat dinner. But now you got me going in the afternoon here. I don't get hungry during the day. Damn.
Yeah, I'm hungry now.
Well, I break the intermittent fast about 5 times a year at best. Usually holidays, somebody's having an early before 6:30 dinner, something like that. Then I don't get anything done. As long if I'm hungry, I'm not resting and chilling, so I get stuff done. I don't know if I'm lazy by nature or I've become lazy as I got older. I'm kind of lazy. Sometimes, paraphrasing Mitch Hedberg, but seriously, sometimes when I think I have a good idea, I talk myself into thinking it's not a good idea or I'd have to do something and I'm lazy. So why bother? Got it?
My goodness. Wow. Oh, they have craft cannabis in New Jersey. I saw the sign. It said locally grown craft cannabis
Oh, get out.
at yeah,
Damn.
on Route 9 in Jersey City. It's called Rip Dispensary. And they had a sign and they explained to me what craft cannabis is because I was ignorant. They said craft cannabis is hand trimmed and it's from Breakwater because it's medical. I said, oh, that's craft cannabis.
Traditionally, it's hand trimmed because it's grown in small batches. That's what makes it craft.
Okay.
Like, I mean, even this stuff, they're growing, this is commercial grow, and they're growing maybe one room of max, half room of each flavor.
Well, when my plant's done, eventually I'll be trimming that by hand. So I guess that's kind of the same, right?
Well, that's craft cannabis. Yeah. See, this smells like craft cannabis. This is hand trimmed. This is great.
And the strain that I have right now that's growing is Koiji Bong. I can't wait till that's done.
Look, I'm not getting one for myself, so I'll say it over the air. There's a site called King Kong Clones, and right now, if anybody wants the ultimate candy strain to grow, they've got blue Zushi cuts, verified blue Zushi cuts. They're not cheap; they're $2,000 a pop. But
$2,000.
you once they sell out, you probably won't. You'll be lucky if you ever see them for sale again.
You got to know somebody.
Yeah, you just got to go on a site and buy it, but you got to know what you're doing growing because it's a Skittles
Well,
cross, and Skittles is a nightmare to grow. While it's one of the best strains to smoke, it's a nightmare to grow.
Why?
I've never grown it myself, but from what I understand, it's a soft stalk plant. The stalks never harden off. From what I understand, outdoors and indoors, they're known to fall over under their own weight and veg, which usually isn't an issue till half, 3/4 of the way through flowering. But they're known to fall over. They're real susceptible to pests, to molds, any of that, because again, the stalk never hardens off. So it's easy for anything to attach. And
That's the
burrow.
one thing I noticed about my plant is it's got a very thick, firm stalk and it's not bending over for nothing. But I noticed like the leaves are starting to bend. And now like I'm starting to see spots. So I brought my plant inside about 2 weeks ago. I got a light and it's doing a lot better now. It came back and I think I lost like a total of 4 leaves, four leaves on this thing in total. And she's coming back and I'll be ready to harvest her. I want to say by the second, third week in November.
Outdoors, most strains will harden off. The stalks will get fairly stiff just from the natural stressors. Though it's got wind every day.
I'm
That's
hoping for the Thanksgiving one, I'll be able to bring branches.
Harvest time.
I'm hoping it'll be dried and ready by the time the next by Thanksgiving. for the next
Happiest,
event.
happiest time of a grow is when you harvest. That's it.
Yep.
'Cause right after harvest, you gotta dry and cure.
Yeah.
And that is honestly the hardest thing to get down as a grower.
Yeah. Yeah. It's important too.
What's that?
You'll ruin the dry and a cure. You'll ruin, it's the easiest way to ruin a quality flower.
The
Yeah.
dry and the cure.
It has to hang upside down for a couple of weeks, right?
It's gotta hang up for, traditionally, they say 10 to 14 days. Essentially, the longer you can get a slow dry out of it under the optimal conditions, the better the flower will be sooner. I had stuff that we were grown in a finished house, so it just wouldn't dry. It
I may have to send you a PM and about the drying process and
yeah, go
about the
ahead, hit me up.
conditions.
It took
'Cause I
like
don't know nothing about that.
24 days to dry, and it was pretty much smokable right off the dry without a cure.
Yeah, you can hang it. You can pretty much hang it for 2 weeks, 3 weeks if you can, and then
Yeah, optimally they say 10 to 14 days. I
Right.
try as long as possible. It all depends on the conditions you have, even if you're indoors, outdoors. This time of year, it's horrible to dry weed because there's no humidity, there's no moisture. And
Right.
you can go through 3 days of rain where your moisture will be naturally 60-70% humidity.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, right now, like I said, my plant's in this little tiny closet and it's got this light on it. And I have the light at 60%. And when I harvest it, I know to hang it, but I'm not sure like the conditions to hang it in.
You could, if you've got a small grow space like that, I've traditionally dried right in tents. I usually grow in tents and I usually have another sitting there that I dry in. It's easier for
Okay.
me to hold the conditions in that confined space than in a big open space.
Okay. Is that the same as curing?
Curing's after the dry, that's when you're essentially getting out that last little bit of moisture. Traditionally, when you dry, you'll have a tiny bit of moisture. The weed will feel dry on the outside. As soon as you put it in a jar, a few hours, it'll start feeling moist again. Because
Right.
you're wicking out that last little bit of moisture that's inside the flower.
So to cure it, what do you do?
You're burping your jars in the beginning. You could do them 1 to 2 days. If your flower is too wet when it goes in, you may have to take it out and let it dry for a few hours.
Okay.
You're wicking out that last bit. Usually when I cure, I try for 1 to 2 burps max.
How long
in
do
the
you
beginning.
how long do you burp them for? Like how long do you leave the lid off for?
Until you get that last little bit of moisture out.
Okay.
I usually have to burp them twice a day for the first 3-4 days, and then I drop it down to once a day, and then it all depends on the flower density, how much is in the container. It's kind of by eye, and what I tell people too, especially when you're a novice grower, you're just starting out, is smoke your flower throughout the cure. What you'll see the difference, and it gives you a lot more patience in the future. Because you
Okay.
fully understand what getting that dried and cured properly, the difference in smoking.
Now, once you cure once you harvest and cure and everything's back and sold, is it possible to keep your plant alive? Does it come back?
You can do what they call a re-veg. It can be done. It's not easy. You're more than likely not going to have a high success rate. People I know that try it, when they ask me for tips, I tell them don't be disheartened about anything failing at re-vegging a plant.
Right.
I had one plant I popped from seeds I hadn't grown in like 5-6 years, and I opened some old seeds up, and one popped, and it was a landrace straight from Thailand from one of the major seed companies. And I didn't worry about cutting clones off of it. I figured, no big deal. If they don't have that, it's only 6 years old. It's a fire strain. They'll have crosses of it. And they didn't carry anything anymore. I kept that plant alive for like 3 months.
Now, when is it okay?
Just wouldn't re-veg.
That's another question I wanted to ask. That brings up a good point. When you cologne a plant, what's a good time to when it's too late to cologne?
Pretty much once you're a week, 2 weeks in the flower, when they flipped and started flowering, you're gonna have difficulty from then on. 'Cause
Okay.
at the bare minimum, once they start shooting them flowers, it's gonna take them a couple weeks to revert back into veg. You may
get roots, you may not.
Okay.
When I used to grow in a real tiny space and I only had that little space, I would literally wait till I was flipping in the flower. I would clone at that point and it timed it just right that I only had to trim them a couple times before I was harvested and the next batch of plants was
I
going
think
in.
it's a little bit too late for me then. My plant's been flowered for a little while.
Again, you can attempt it. If you look up re-vegging or it's called super cropping, what'll happen if you do get it to re-veg is all those nodes that stack and make the bud are branching sites in veg.
Right.
They just start stacking them real tight. So every one of those spots where you have a calyx popping off the branch throughout that bud will turn into branches. You have a
Okay.
plant that the stalk is maybe 12 inches and it'll have 12 or 13 branches coming off.
My girl kind of tried and she cut off and she cut off a clone and the clone she cut off did have a bud on it. And she put it in the dirt and everything. And I don't think it's gonna come back.
Highly
But she said it
unlikely-
started to grow roots, so
Where'd you put it in the dirt, inside or outside?
inside.
If it's pushing roots, it'll give it a chance. It may not re-veg, but it might.
Okay.
Depending on how big the bud is, I would cut like half to 3/4 of the bud off. Because you're still gonna get a ton of branching sites just out of that little base, but it's less, it's gotta convert back into veggies.
Okay. That
Yeah,
works.
when you got plants and veg, hit me up. If you got space, hit me up. I'll help you out cloning. It's very easy. It's a lot
Yeah,
of people
they-
get scared because they've never done it, but it's very, very simple.
Definitely, because I'm terrified to be honest.
It's simple enough that I can tell you if you're in veg and you cut off 5 branches and put them in a Dixie cup without doing anything else to them, more than likely 1 or 2 of them is going to end up sprouting roots within a week. Just sitting in a Dixie cup of water. That's not doing it properly. That's just throwing. I had a buddy that did that. He cloned and he left the cup in his vegging tent. He was like, "Yeah, 2 of the cuttings sprouted roots." I
Nice.
say, yeah, they'll still do it. It's just you're not fully prepping them, so it's a lot more work for him.
Right.
He's
right,
not at that point. You're not giving him any kind of a rooting hormone.
So and it'll take longer for them to grow and
Well, once you get to that point, you're running faster and going from seed. You're essentially starting. If you were seed, when you're cutting your clone and running your clone, you're starting at 2-3 months after you would be at a seedling.
okay.
And beyond that, if you find a specific pheno of a strain that works for whatever your medical ailment is, you enjoy it more than anything else, a clone it's an exact cutting of the mother plant. You're just extending the life and the generations of it.
I do have seeds as well, and I got these little potting pods, and it kind of helps with the fermentation process and getting the seeds to sprout and everything. And I'm excited to use this, and I'm gonna wait until spring though, when it's
What I do is I germinate in a paper towel. I use
That's
a
what
moist
this is
paper
for,
towel
right?
method. The reason I do that is, no matter how old the seeds are, you'll know you've got germination. If you just pop them into pods or pucks and just put your seeds in there, seed could take a week to sprout, seed could take 3 weeks to sprout.
right.
So you could be sitting there for 2 weeks going, come on, I know you're gonna come up. If you pop them in that towel, once you have that tap root, you know you've got a viable seed.
Okay.
Another thing I would recommend, if they're regular seeds now, that's cheap, you can get genetic testing kits, so you don't even have to wait until they show sex.
I got these seeds from New Jersey Weed Man from one of his 420 events.
If you sprout them, what I would tell you to do is the first set of fan leaves that sprout. If you look, I believe it's Farmer Freeman does, they have a genetics testing kit. It's literally like $15 a test. I think it might even be cheaper than that now, but you hole punch a piece of the leaf and send it to them. They genetically test it and they'll tell you if it's a male or a female. Normally you're waiting from seeds, you're waiting a month,
Right.
2 months for them to show sex unless you can flip, a small one in the flower, but even then you're in the flower.
Right.
Yeah, if I'm popping seeds and they're regular seeds, that's what I do. I mean, you could end up with 75% male, and that's a lot of plants that you're putting water, fertilizer, time, space into. You could
You
have put a
gotta
couple
rip
females
up
in
and
there.
get rid of. Exactly. That's what I'm hoping on, like these seeds, so that they're gonna be female seeds. There's a couple of them.
Do you know what the strains are? Did they tell you what the strains are?
No, he didn't.
I'll tell you too, listen, you're in Jersey, what I recommend to a lot of people, I mean, I've always used big wholesaler seed company wise. I've used Attitude Seeds. They're outside of the country, but they mail discreetly. I've been buying seeds for now 20 years. But if you're growing in the Northeast, I tell people look up Jinx Proof Genetics.
Genetics.
They have some fire strains. A lot of them are heavy indica. They're short flowering times. A lot of his strains are 50 to 60-day flowers, which in Jersey, that means if you're outside, you're harvesting middle of October the latest.
Right.
My buddy, I gave him some cuttings and his plants were ready the first week of October.
Okay.
Yeah, I think about 2 weeks ago, he cut them down, which I mean is nice in Jersey. If you get in a heavier 60 to 70-day strains, you're looking at end of October, beginning of November, which, you know, week of bad weather and you could have frost. You know, at that
Right,
point,
right.
anytime you could have frost, you could have a bunch of rain, which soaks the plant out, could cause bud rot, mold.
Right. Okay, cool. So yeah, when I get home actually, and I'll take some pictures and
You have like a handheld microscope or jeweler's loop.
actually my girlfriend has these glasses that she uses for her miniatures, and they kind of act like microscopes, magnifying glasses.
So if you look, you can get them usually on Amazon for like 10-20 bucks. They make one that clips right onto your phone.
Oh, cool.
You're gonna need some type of magnification, heavy magnification to read the trichomes. That's what's gonna tell you when it's ready to harvest.
Right. And that's the one thing I have noticed is a lot of things on the internet is people talking about the trichomes, and my girlfriend was like, "Oh, my glasses will work fine." And
Brian, you could look at it now. You'll be able to tell if you could see and read the trichomes. Just look up a picture online. You're gonna wanna, it all
I've
depends on
heard the
what type
amber,
of,
more amber the better.
all depends on what type of high you want. If you want more of like, an upper high, you're gonna wanna harvest them earlier. Once you start letting them amber off, you get a lot heavier of a high. I've always
Okay.
grown heavy indicas and I let them go like 25% amber, and I've had people complain that, you know, I smoke a little too much of that and I'm knocked out. It's a heavy indica late, harvested late. Like I said, I've always felt the same way with edibles. If it's too strong, you should be happy. You use less.
Right.
you know?
Right. Smoke less.
But a lot of people don't realize, I mean, I've grown pure indicas in the past, and a lot of people haven't smoked pure indicas.
right.
Pure indicas are great. They get you nice and high, give you a couch log high, but you smoke too much and you're taking a nap.
Right. I've had a few cash lock highs, and one of my personal favorite times, I had this roommate, and my friends and I would always smoke with him, but whenever he had something, he would never smoke with us. And whenever we would ask him, he would make up some sort of excuse. So finally, I found a way into his room, and I took his eighth of weed, and my friend Lisa and I rolled it into one blunt. 45 minutes in, the roach is like the size of a normal blunt, and we're just toasted. And I couldn't move for the life of me. And she dropped her cigarettes, and she looked at me and she goes, "Yo, can you grab my cigarettes for me?" And I looked down at the floor, and I was like, "Nah."
We were, me and a friend of mine were up in Massachusetts for, I think it was Turptown Throwdown, and we went to a couple events while we were up there, but they have a place called the Summit Lounge. It's a private club and it's a smoking club.
Cool.
Go there, pay whatever, $5 or $10. They've got essentially waitresses that come around. They do munchies. You can rent dab rigs. Like if you're rolling blunts and you're dumping your tobacco in a rolling tray, so you don't have to get up, they've got waitresses come around and clean them. It's a real cool setup, private rooms. And we rolled a blunt there. His deal was he would drive, but I had to smoke him out, which I said, "Okay, I'm smoking the whole weekend anyway."
Right.
You know, he goes, "I want you to roll something stupid." And we rolled one up at the Summit Lounge, and the girl, he said, the point at which I got scared was when the girl that worked there walked over and said, "What the fuck are you guys rolling?" It was 4.5 to 5.5 grams of flour. And I want to say about 4 grams of hash rosin, gram of keef, and about 7-8 grams of, we coated the outside. When I finished rolling, I paint the inside of the paper with rosin. I put the flour in it. I break some more rosin up, mix it with the flour, roll it. I coat the inside wrapper with rosin, roll it in keef. I put the outside leaf on it. which I had to glue on with rosin. Then I coat the outside with rosin, rolled it in dry diamonds. And we hit the dry diamonds with the blowtorch, so it all melted. It looked like an icicle.
Oh my God.
And we sat there for probably a little over 2 hours, me and him smoking it.
Jesus
We
Christ.
probably left 3-4 grams of diamonds on the table on the floor there from it dripping off. So
Oh man. Good times and good times only last so long.
nah, man, it's weed, man. You do that shit till you're fucking ready to drop dead, and it still ain't gonna harm you. This is the head attorney at the law firm that represented me. Had one of his other attorneys
please.
represent me, and he
Thank
thought
you.
I was making jokes by saying things like I was gonna go in there and eat 10,000 milligrams of THC. I told him first day of court because I had 1.4 ounces of mushrooms that they stretched into 7 felony charges, and I was gonna eat 1.5 ounces of mushrooms in the courtroom on the first day of court. And the lawyer that was representing me kind of chuckled in the meeting, and his boss looked at him and says, "Stop fucking laughing. He's serious." And he goes, "What would the point of that be?" I said, "What a simple fact that you're trying to hit me with 7 felony charges. I've done it in the past. I'm not saying it's something I do regularly or would fully enjoy doing, but I said I was going to eat 1.4 ounces of mushrooms just to show him, look, I show up the next day in court and
That's
I'm
awesome.
still alive and normal. Like it's not even enough toxic levels for a single person. You're still 7
Now,
felonies.
I lived in California for a little bit from 2001 to 2003. I lived in Glendale. And that was the first time I ever tried shrooms. I was going to Burbank Adult School, and my friend Aldo, my friend Tony, we were all driving around. And dude said to me, "Do you want to try some shrooms?" I said, "Sure." And so I chewed up a couple of stems, and then we got to this dude's house, and he's like, "Do you want this cap or before I eat it?" And I was like, "Sure." So I took the cap, and next thing I know, we're sitting in this dude's room watching Scarface, and and at this point, I'm starting to peak, and I see the TV screen, and I look, and there's a pile of cocaine on it. From Tony Montana, and I go for the TV, and my friends start pulling me back, and it's like, you know what, maybe we should go for a walk. And next thing I know, we're walking down the street, and I look at this grass, and I see like it's got like these beautiful wavy lines from the nice mow job, and I looked at my friend Aldo, and I was like, "Dude, let's go to the grass, man."
I'll tell you a funny story. I was doing a pop-up in the South Bronx, and my buddy Pete Cologne was hosting it. And I was on some mushrooms. I had somebody working with me, so I might have been on a little bit of mushrooms, and I was offering them to everybody. And I said, "Pete, you want some mushrooms?" And he goes, "Sure." He goes, "Don't go crazy." So I throw like a 1.7 grams of lemon techin for him, giving me. He eats them, and then tells me he has never done mushrooms before in his life. And he was supposed to host the event. He was a half hour later. He was telling us that everybody looked like SpongeBob characters.
That's hilarious.
Wow, you guys are talking about tripping stories.
Nothing like good old shrooms. I've shroomed a few times after that incident in California. I actually shroomed just recently. Say about a year ago. I got something from about 2 years ago. I got something from a weed man. They were called Rusty Whites, and I took half a batch and half a bag and ended up playing video games with my girlfriend's daughter's boyfriend at the time, and the screen started melting, and I couldn't play anymore. and I ended up watching YouTube videos of I guess you could say like I typed in on YouTube funky acid trip videos, and like all these wavy lines and shit appeared on the screen, and there was this peaceful trance music, and there was swirls, and they changed and everything in different directions and colors, and I just sat there and just stared at my phone for like 3.5 hours. Just watching these fucking trippy videos.
What was it like? What was it like?
It was an adventure, honestly. I was literally just staring at my phone for 4.5, 3 to 4 hours, watching all these trippy videos on YouTube. I was just envisioned to them. I remember one time I was working at a Smash Burger actually back in 2018. 18 to 19. I was working at Smash Burger in Menlo Park Mall in Edison. And one of my coworkers had given me shrooms. And my friend Kansas and I met up after work and we tripped balls for a couple hours. It was pretty cool hanging out in the woods tripping, actually. If you're with someone who's on it and you're both having a good time, it's an amazing experience. But they gotta be on it and they gotta be having a good time too. It's kind of like ecstasy. If you're on it and everyone's having a good time.
Put on the headphones. Great. Just as the truck starts making noise.
Yeah.
But you know, when you told your story, it was really freaking me out, man, because it felt like I was tripping.
Okay, yeah, you might have actually been. Weed is a mild hallucinogen. Weed is a mild form of hallucinogen, so I mean, it is possible to trip when you're too high.
I'm like hearing your voice, and it's like echoing in my head, and it's sounded real trippy, man. Freaking me out, bro.
That's my job. Freak out.
That truck is horrible.
I know that humming sound.
It's terrible. It's like the worst thing ever. Hold on, I'm gonna take off your delay. I got delay on you here. I gotta take that off. I'm just messing around.
That
wasn't-
better?
Yeah, you weren't tripping. Let me call up somebody since they're making noise.
That was brutal.
That was a bad one. Wow, what the heck was that noise?
I have no idea. That was mean.
Let's see if this works.
At this time. We're sorry for any inconvenience this may cause.
That was easy. It's a picture perfect day as I look at that screen.
Absolutely. Wonderful day.
Of course, I'm here, so I don't need to do that. Oh, you got stuff raining all over here.
Terrible.
First that truck with that hum. I'm hoping I have confirmation on Danny.
forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
You tried. You definitely tried. So it's less than a month, people will be back here. Did you have any idea that they would be taking almost 5 months off of legislative duties? That caught me by surprise. I mean, I got people on the inside that didn't bother mentioning that. And if it's that way every year, it's never that pushed at the end. But to not come into session till well into the lame duck session, 2 weeks in.
When are they coming back?
No, and they're coming back November 20th, as I can see posted. In the assembly, the Senate doesn't even have it posted yet, but it'll likely be the same day. That just went up today, yeah.
There's a Christmas break, and then they're back in session in January again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the new session, I think, starts on the 9th, I believe.
January.
But it doesn't start with them all being here. You know, it'll be a couple days after that, probably.
All right.
Now,
we'll be out here in January.
yeah, well, medical marijuana bill junior is what we got now. See, we had medical marijuana bill senior, otherwise known as S 3420. And S 3420 died
Yeah, he's not doing
2.5. No, S 3420 died almost
died.
over 2 years ago.
Grim Reaper got him.
Died almost 2 years ago. Yeah, but he left us with 324.
His son.
3240 died. Bill 3204 died, and left us with Bill 342.
His son.
Junior. Yes, Bill the second.
He's not doing well either.
You know,
Very
no, it's terminal.
Terminal.
You didn't get the word?
Sick.
Terminal.
Very sick.
No, they could have saved him, but they're not coming back till the 20th. Like if it was a hospital analogy, they went on vacation and just didn't come back, and everybody that they needed to care for got worse or died. No. Now, to me, the worst part is the situation that this bill has Republican co-sponsorship. 1/3 of the Republicans, 5, co-sponsor it. 8% of Democrats co-sponsor it. 3, and you know they have 10 more members, but they can't co-sponsor it because some legislators are not coming back because they're retiring. Some might get defeated. You know, it's lame duck session.
Senator Dick.
Who do you go to in the Senate if you want to
Cody.
take a lateral? Okay, Cody's on the health committee. He's retiring.
I'm just finishing his name. I
Yeah,
said Senator Dick.
Dick.
Senator Dick.
Yeah, but I mean, you only got to have that 3-dot pause. You know, not a whole lot. Yeah.
Let it hang for a while.
So anyway, what happens?
Cody.
Who gets his seat? Who gets his Senate seat? And that's not somebody new.
No.
It's somebody else goes, oh, the health committee is a step up. If you piss off Scutari by co-sponsoring a home grow bill for patients, you think that'll help your chances to get a committee spot that you might want to be on a health committee because it's Senator Scutari, Senate President. He's going to make that decision. And if you and other people who didn't co-sponsor it, knowing he didn't want it to be heard, and more co-sponsorship meant more people asking, why isn't it being heard? Yeah. So that's why on this bill, it looked like Republicans were more for it because they co-sponsored. 1/3 of them, 33% to 8, because they knew that they wouldn't co-sponsor it. The Democrats wouldn't, and they could co-sponsor a bill they had no intention of seeing happen. Hey, if we co-sponsor it, it's not going to come up for a hearing even. Why not co-sponsor it and make them look bad? Because we look bad on all things medical cannabis. We always have been the party of no, back when they called it marijuana, and now still it's the same damn thing. So they're kind of washing their image, what they're doing something to make it look like they've turned a corner here, or they do sympathize, or they know how important it is because it's a healthcare bill, but they do it. And I would only notice because not one of those 5 will ask Senator Scutari to allow it to be heard. It'll get posted. He tells Senate Health Committee Chairman Vitelli, you're allowed to post it finally. It gets posted that day. They rush a hearing, and we have a hearing. And there's no way to get it passed. So he doesn't have to worry about it getting passed. You want that information now at the end of a session so you can hit the ground running. Senator Scutari said that when he was trying to get legalization through the legislature. And he had his first hearing in the lame duck session and was asked by a reporter, why? You know, time for a vote. You want to hit the ground running. Yes. So he knows we want to hit the ground running. He's the one that invented that game. And he's not letting it happen. He's stopping it at the gate, a healthcare bill, because he doesn't want us to have adults going, hey, if they get to grow, we want to also. And yes, that'll happen, rightfully so. He knows that. You know he knows it. He knows we know that you know that he knows it. So when patients get caught in that net, the same patients, well, not them, most of them have probably, many have died, but he knew this 14 years ago when he got 6 plants legislated okay for patients to grow in 2009. And it was yanked away from him through a Senate compromise, nothing he could do anything about. And he said, we can revisit this. We can revisit the things that were taken out in this bad compromise. He said that. In the future, down the road, something. Okay, 14 years, it's down the road in the future. And he's pretending like he lumps them together. He won't say the phrase medical home grow or home grow for patients. He just says home grow. And then he talks about we need to get the program up and running first. I mean, that makes sense. How can you allow everybody to just start growing their own until we get a program up and running? Well, money into the treasury, yes, that's his job. Yes, I get it. But it's come down to affect patients. People talk about, can they afford it? You got to get into a definition of what does that mean? Can you afford something? Now, I've looked it up, and beyond that, what makes most sense is I feel I can afford something. I could afford to buy a cup of coffee. Nothing else is going to change. I don't have to find $1.50 somewhere else. You know, take it. Well, I was going to get a donut later, but I'll get a cup of coffee now. Yeah, you can't afford it when it's, if I spend the money on this $100 quarter ounce, so I will be in pain and I can fully breathe and I don't feel like crying. You know, people are just at their wits' end. If I could get that. So what they do is, well, I'll take from here. I was going to get a new pair of jeans because mine look like shit, but I'll not do that. And I'll not get this. And I used to ask people in line at dispensaries. I liked standing in line because nobody knew who I was and we'd talk. And I would always ask that question, do you have to change anything? And the one I will always use, Lefty's probably heard it a half a dozen times, is woman said, yeah, I haven't bought new clothes, well, except socks and underwear, in over 3 years. And no new clothes, nothing. And neither has my husband. And I said, oh, he's a patient too? And she went, no, but he loves me. And it was the sweetest thing. She wasn't complaining. She was explaining. She can't afford it. She can't afford it. She is affording it. It's so when somebody, you know, talks about whether or not you can afford it, I'd say almost nobody. I know maybe 1 in 5 people that I know that would be patients can afford it. You know, they're not moving things around to get what they need. So what I found is patients that can't get out and get what others might call gray market medicine. It's about half price. And we've had people pass through this table right here that are very helpful in getting top shelf for half of price of what dispensaries charge. So I do that, obviously at no cost to the patient. You know, when I'm in proximity, there's a small group of them and some family members that when I go, they tell me what I'm like their buyer. So I go get it and then I get it back to them. And in the case of Mary, who is in such pain sometimes, and it's all about pain. So what might be good for a lot of people, it's only about pain. And Pure Michigan, that really worked good, whatever that was, but it's gone. Can't find it. Sometimes it's not like always in stock. When I bring back her medicine, and if she's in pain, she has some right away. I mean, right away. And the difference, I'm going to have, she already said, okay, the next time I do that, I'm going to get my phone out and video a 20-second clip of, there she goes. That's it. And then 10 minutes later, here we are. It's 2 different Marys. I was supposed to get something for her, and it wasn't when I was going to be going. And then she got back to me and said, "You don't need to. I just found 3/4 of an ounce." She never found 3/4 of an ounce when it costs $400 per ounce. But she lost some of the 200, 175, even some worked far down. There's something that worked for $100 an ounce. Seemed to work for her. Can't find it now. But at any rate, she could afford to lose some or get some before she needed it, and then forget she had something. And then and she wasn't even looking for it. And it was, I get to see that, and it pisses me off that Senator Scutari is standing in the way of. Yes, can patients grow it themselves? No. I heard my friend NJ Midman explaining, it's really not. Everything I know tells me there's so many people that are proud of what they know that would gladly take a patient under their wing, stop by their house, and make sure it got everything they needed. That's legal now. You don't have to know how to grow. You have to know somebody who does. But what if they get some of it? Well, man, don't have me standing behind you and say that.
Make it sound like a bad thing.
Yeah, all right. That's a ladies' man, Tim Meadows on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, you say that like it's a bad thing. I've actually been in, debate situation where I wanted to do the Tim Meadows thing. You just think everybody should be able to have it and grow it. Yeah, you say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? In all the states, which is every other state except us, that has legalized for adults and doesn't let their patients grow. Yeah, there are people getting it whom legally it wasn't meant for. It was getting to people illegally. It wasn't meant for forever. Still is, it's like it's a legal adult product now. It's okay for all adults to have it.
Not live plant,
but
it can't be, has to be dead.
Yeah.
Has to be
But
dead, right?
it makes sense. Yeah, it has to be dead. No, but if you had a dead whole plant, you'd have to have a receipt from something. No, see, and also
those roots on it. You have a plant with roots on it. Can you walk around with a plant with roots?
have you got the feeling that law enforcement caught on real quick that we have bigger fish to fry? We're really not looking to find out how they're getting by now. This guy's not falling, and it's not falling for whatever diversion goes on in other states, but it's just not. There's no negative effect of it
Because they can still put black and brown people in jail for growing, so they're happy. They're still happy. Harry Anslinger's happy.
Grim Reaper's happy.
Grim Reaper's happy.
That's what I hear. I miss him.
Scutari's happy.
Well, that's our job, to make him not be quite so happy this time.
So lucky today. He's lucky there was no rat today. Rattari. Senator Rattari.
I am all for ratcheting it up.
Ratcheting it up.
Yeah. That was a mistake.
Yeah. He deserves the rat at this point. From Don to rat. From Don, he wants to be the Don.
He flipped.
He flipped from the Don. They flipped the Don. They flipped the Don of cannabis in New Jersey. Now he's the rat of cannabis.
Well, look, he had patients back.
Yeah, patients back of what? Like Caesar.
Well, what he did is when his home grow got yanked out of his Senate bill, that was going to have to be the same in the Assembly. The ultimatum, the lame duck ultimatum was either this is what we're going to agree on, or there's going to be no bill for patients at all till next session. So we could get patients off the battlefield, and he chose to do that. And I believe he did that for the right reason, and I did not disagree with it. I didn't like it, but I didn't disagree with it. Gun to your head. But he did say out in the hall, I was there, that we could deal with this down the road. It doesn't mean it'll never happen. He didn't say that phrase. It doesn't mean it never happened. As close as I might remember is we can revisit this in the future, at some point. Wow. It's like magic.
Don't worry, cancer patients got time.
So there he was. Now,
Lots
here
of
we
time. Don't worry about it. We got cancer.
are. He said we could revisit it, but now he's keeping us from revisiting it.
Stop being a baby, all you cancer patients. Just chill out. Chill out. Senator's got stuff going on in his life. The senator has more important stuff than you cancer patient and multiple sclerosis patient. Chill out. Leave Senator Rattari alone. He's a busy guy. Busy guy going to Springsteen concerts.
Well, he got through it, so that's on us. He got through the session. He ran out the clock. It is too late.
You son of a.
There is.
You dirty. Remember Jackie Gleason?
Yeah.
You dirty.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Bang, zoom to the moon.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
No, it's disgusting. The more I think about it, Jim, the more disgusting I am. How sick and dying people. He ran the clock out on sick and dying people.
He hasn't run out yet. Let me tell you why. It can still be heard in committee. If some behind the scenes effort went his way, saying from his other senators, if that happens, he could allow it to be posted for a hearing at the last minute just to keep the heat away. If he thought there was going to be any heat, but we didn't give him any heat that he couldn't handle.
No, he handled the heat.
He did. So if between now and then something ratcheted up a little bit, he'd have a chance. He'd have a chance to do the right thing and allow health committee chairman to post it for hearing. He has time to do that, and it has time to be scheduled. So anyway, I'm just saying that if it doesn't happen, it's still our fault because we still have time to do something, but it's like we don't really have plans to do anything more that I know of. This was the easy part today.
I got a little bud for you. You gotta come up here then.
Yeah, he likes to make life difficult, you know.
I'm sorry, here. Yeah, put that in a pipe, man. That's really good. You won't need any more than that. Actually, that's probably good for like two stonings and 2 pizzas. That's good for 2 pizzas. So smoke half of that, eat 1 pizza, and then smoke the other half and have the second pizza. Enjoy the pizza.
All legal too. You know?
Have fun at work, bro. God bless you.
Used to be you'd
What's
be
up, man?
breaking the law doing.
Yeah, we used to break the law. Now we're not breaking the law. How you doing, brother? What's going on, man? How you been? Yeah, that's us, man. We've been out here every month. What's up, man? So yeah, we're out here. It's our last day out here for the podcast year. We'll be out here Thanksgiving. We'll definitely be out here for Thanksgiving. Yeah, we're gonna be giving out food and clothing, and we'll be smoking right here Thanksgiving morning. Yeah, we'll be out here. So that'll be fun. Yeah, we saw you over the summer. You were out here the summer, right? We were smoking with you. Yeah, man, I remember. Yeah, it was fun. That was fun. I can't hear you. Give him that microphone. I can't hear. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
There you go.
For this winter, I'm gonna be downtown New York most of the time.
Okay.
So I won't even be around the Trenton area anymore.
Oh, you'll be in New York.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this winter, because I write music, you know, so I've been working on my songs and stuff.
Nice.
So I'm gonna go this winter out there and see what I got. You feel me?
Right on.
Yeah. So
Well, good
I ain't
luck.
gonna hold y'all up though. Y'all keep it up. Love
Yes,
the work.
sir, man. We sure will. Right on, brother. Yeah, he's going out to New York to write music because he's, Trenton. You can write music in Trenton. You can also write music in New York. And I think New York's the place to write music.
You know, the look on his face, just you could tell it was somebody really getting ready to do. So he looked excited, but not in that frenetic way. You know, you catch a flash of that now and then, like when you catch somebody like really enjoying a moment. Good for him, you know. It's like it was actually, sometimes people say, what quick epitaph would you like, if you had to have a tombstone when it was your time? And it was between, for me, he tried or he showed up, or, I tried, I showed up. One of the two, because after that, it's up to you, When you wake up in the morning and life doesn't throw you a curveball by the time you finished your coffee, most of the times in my life, if my day doesn't go well, 9 times out of 10, it was, I could have done better, not life beating me down or anything, Something cathartic about it, accepting responsibility. That's why I'm showing up today saying, man, I've become lazy. I didn't even see it happen. I didn't even see it happen. I like lazy.
Lazy is easy and fun sometimes. Sometimes. I like to be lazy sometimes. I do. But not all the time. I can't be lazy all the time. Like, hey, they say when you go to heaven, you're going to like put your feet up and relax and have margaritas on the beach. I'm like, yeah, that'd be fun for like a day. But like, I need things to do. Keep me busy. I get things to do. I want to do stuff. I like doing stuff. They think, hey, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Oh,
no, not yet.
No insurance pays for it. Now, see, there are bills that have passed out of committee that we testified in favor of. Then, for pharmaceutical age for the aged and disabled, the PAD program, senior gold, and some other things that this would get done, but they're not getting. After getting passed out of the health committee, and we attended that committee hearing and spoke there, it got out of committee and it's just gathering dust somewhere. So apparently, if you can't make money at it, or if it will cost you money to do, sometimes things don't move as quick as we'd like. Yeah, it's the playing field, so we're learning to play on it. But we've learned on that playing field, it's tilted in our advantage sometimes. Here we are. Not this exactly, but a little while ago, the Grim Reaper was here in full costume regalia, standing right there with Home Grow Bill is dying. I'm here for him,
Thank you. God bless. Have a great day.
So this is the playing field that does work for us. Part of the playing field also works in our favor, but is terrible for them. We don't play there, though. Any correspondence with your legislator can be made public. You can put it up on a billboard. You can take a picture of it as it comes to you. And if you have an email exchange that you don't like, and you're not answering the question I asked, what was the form letter? You haven't gotten back to me for 3 months. And then you get that letter that will come generally after 2 or 3 attempts, usually the 3rd attempt. I've tried to answer your questions. I've replied twice as it is now. I have 200,000 constituents and I can't get around to all of them right now. So if anything else comes before me from you, I'll look at it. If anything come, and then they blow you off. Now that's all well and good, but if that's put up on a website for everybody to read, you don't have to editorialize. You can read the email, the incoming, the one that went out, another one incoming. Why, you've done that with your Senator Dick Cody.
Dick.
Yeah.
Dick.
Now, we knew that he wasn't going to capitulate, but you allowed me to help you construct a letter to him.
Cody.
And then you would get no reply. But the fact that he would not even acknowledge that you sent him these, you can pose that, you can put that up and the world will see it forever.
His secretary did, though. On video, his secretary did admit that she did get my letters, but I have it on video.
Well,
he's a liar. Liar.
Well, there's a Senator Dick who's the Democrat who's against all things cannabis and on the health committee.
His dick's on fire.
But yeah, he didn't. Okay, Senator Scutari is stopping a bill from being heard. Senator Dick Cody was the Senate president when the medical marijuana bill needed to be posted for a vote. Senate President Dick posted it for a vote and it passed. He did his freaking job compared to Senate President Scutari, who's keeping it from even being heard in committee.
Ratari.
As much as, and Senator Cody's been against it from the beginning to a ridiculous amount, but he did his job and he then insulted the bill from the dais. He pretended to take a phone call. It rang loudly through the microphone, a cell phone call, while he's just announced the bill got passed. He had to quiet down because he got to say, and says, yes, oh, okay, yeah, okay. I'll tell him. Yeah, that was Michael Phelps. He just called to say congratulations. See, Michael Phelps, Olympic god, got caught on video smoking with a bong, So like, that was his joke. Like, yes, we just legalized it for sick and dying patients. So let me make a joke to leave him with that to muddy the waters. Like it's really about that, isn't it? I mean, that's what it's really about. So let me make a joke. That's a poor taste. That's insulting, but he did his job. Senator Scutari is not insulting patients. He's running from them, keeping a bill from being heard. He's outdone Senator Dick incredibly.
Murphy too.
Well, our governor never really did answer the question that Jeff asked him. And he should at least make a statement that,
Jim,
Jim,
you just
when a patient at a town hall meeting has his question read,
never answered the question.
the question Jeff asked was, how is it that I live in a state terminally ill that would help me end my life, but will not help me save it? And there's no good answer, obviously, but
I don't care. He didn't answer it. You just reminded me again that he didn't answer that question, and he pushed it off on the Board of Health.
no, it's how did does he need the Board of Health tell him how he feels about this? We know that. And shout out to whoever, I don't know her name, his chief of staff made it happen.
Kornikova.
He came over and talked to Jeff, bent down, was talking with him, and she wrote up that question. She wanted to know what he wanted to know. She wrote it up. Then she went and gave questions from people to the governor and put that one on the bottom to do last. So when he got to the last question of the entire thing, his chief of staff left him with that bomb and he was taken back.
Good.
And just no longer with us doesn't mean you outrun answering the question.
Yeah, what about that question, Governor? He could have taken Jeff under his wing and said, Jeff, what do you need in life? What is the one thing that I can do for you that you need? And he would have said, home grow for patients. And Murphy, that's not on his agenda. He knows that.
It's seen as a detriment potentially to New Jersey's treasury, the same way Scutari's dragged patients into it to make sure adults don't really put up a fuss about getting to grow it. And well, that's just exactly how it is. I can't help that. I watched it happen.
We should make sure we ask that question to the governor when we see him next time. That's a great question to ask him because it's still true. Still true. Still true to this day, what Jeff's question was.
Governor Murphy really understood Jake's Law was important. And he championed it, as did who was the assemblyman? Was it? I forget who it was. Anyway, that they lived the Honigs lived near an assembly person, I guess, and had a common friend, and she told him about this. And he went to the governor, and that day, like a day later, the governor jumped on board. It wasn't because he had an understanding of what it could do for Jake and the family, and he was 2 degrees of separation from these people. Didn't matter. What he realized is this is a little boy, terminal, dies. We could have done something. Now, they didn't fight the medical marijuana fake to keep him from dying, but they understood that Jake's passing could benefit so many people. So they really went to bat, and Governor Murphy realized how good it was for him to do this. And honestly, if it was for all the right reasons, patients wouldn't be begging for home grow right now. See, that doesn't give him the benefit that the Jake Honig law did. But I will give him credit for at that the sales tax wasn't rescinded, but it went right down to 2% less, 4%, and it faded out over a couple of years. And he stopped to say how important that was. That was very important, So quick little snippet of him saying that. It's easy to find. I'll find it for you. And actually, it was important. I mean, it wasn't that much money, sales tax maybe, but for people who couldn't afford it, it was actually like taking their medicine from them, that sales tax, because they weren't affording a full amount anyway. So it had a real indirect effect.
You don't realize directly, but that difference in sales tax is that person being able to get their meds that one more time that year.
Yeah, I figured it out. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was like a day and a half. So if is a day and a half of their medicine, I mean, it was 6% of their medicine, 6.625% of their medicine. So you're right. It really does. And yeah, go ahead and pay sales tax. Just put that away each time, and see how that works.
I'll tell you a
But
story.
he knew that.
Might give you slight hope in politicians. I won't use her name or the town she's from. My sister, who's been very anti-cannabis her whole life, not a fan. She was the one in her town, the one councilwoman that fought for it. And she said, this is moronic. It is now legal. It is going to be here, whether we like it or not. It's going to be here. Delivery services can still deliver. People can still use. Every town that surrounded them voted no. And she fought, and they actually are allowing 5 licenses, 3 of them which will be literally spitting distance from public transportation.
Nice.
And her whole life, very anti-cannabis.
Well, some people I can't blame for being like that because you're a product of your direct environment and family, and you're swayed. But then when you come against hardcore reality, especially when it starts with medical, because you can see it easier. It's look at the statistics of who supported it through the years. It's fun to watch that graph.
The biggest concern of her constituents was people smoking and driving. And I said to her, well, that's a BS argument. And she goes, well, no, not really. I said, yes, your town grew and expanded your liquor licenses, opened up a bar and a restaurant. Nobody was concerned about people drinking and driving. You guys built that new pharmacy 6 years ago, that new Rite Aid. Nobody was concerned about somebody popping pain pills or psychotics, any kind of narcotics, and driving home. Well, wasn't even a concern.
Yeah, the concern is, do you have a prescription? If you have pain pills, you certainly are. And at least now, they had to write, I guess, a guideline for patients of some sort. And it tended to be, if I remember it, is if you medicate, you can't do it while you're driving, but you can pull over and you can medicate. And then when you know that you're okay to drive, then you drive. Okay. that's, that's really good for a lot of people because if it smells like it while you're driving or you were pulled over for some reason, you could say, I stopped a little while back. You see me?
You get pulled over, you did not smoke. You were near somebody that smoked. You slip up and tell them you smoked 6 hours before, you'll be on the side of the road doing a field sobriety test.
That's right.
I was one of the first ones in that area to do it. Luckily, the troopers were cool as hell. I ended up with 11 state troopers out there to watch me do this because none of them had ever witnessed it. I laughed because I literally just put the blunt out, but I've done this when legalization happened. I've got some childhood friends who are in law enforcement and some older and younger officers. That was their big concern. And they were like, that's bullshit. People that are smoking and driving, like they say, you've got to understand it just like we would any other medication. Somebody had just been prescribed pain medication. No, they can't safely drive. Somebody that's been on pain medication for a year can take that pill and be totally normal.
That's a
All
fair
kinds of
analogy too. It really
tolerance.
is.
They brought me out to an undisclosed spot, had 3 officers who were trained in intoxicated driver, whatever. And I smoked the blunt on the ride out there. I had about a quarter blunt when I got there. I said, put it out. I said, you guys want to do this? Passed through all the tests. They said, we should wait like 15, 20 minutes so effects are fully taken. And I'm just laughing like I'm just smoking all day. When I was,
I have a smoke while you're waiting.
when I, after I finished the 4th test and I smoked the 3rd blunt, I very sarcastically turned and looked, and 2 of my friends knew this was eventually going to come. I turned, looked at him and said, you guys satisfied yet? I can do this all day long. And like what they were stupefied, but what we explained to them is I'm a fairly heavy smoker. I've been smoking for 25 years. I'm not somebody who just is the first time.
You're a
using.
fairly heavy smoker.
I've got a heavy
indeed.
tolerance. Takes a lot to get me to the point.
I
where-
can attest to your tolerance just for having smoked with you as we were talking, 6 weeks ago or whatever. And it was kind of like just you and me sometimes. And it was like that kind of size. There was a couple, yeah, but the fact that I got to not say no the entire time. The only time I said no is when they were having a quick panel discussion. We were seated at the tables with ashtrays inside at a union hall. Best ever. Yeah, that you being to my left, because we're right over there. And I almost laughed because you know me, I got 71-year-old lungs. I'm not going to be sitting in a quiet environment, being able to stifle a cough. And then, of course, you were sharing it with others. And actually, it wasn't you, it was somebody else started coughing. And I'm like, bingo, not me.
I will,
It was
I
a
will
great
say
day.
with legalization, when I do go to places that, and I throw up the air quotes, say they allow smoking, I like to test their limits, see if they really. First time we went to the
We
Super-
walked in together.
Yeah.
Where we were parking and you were just, I guess, coming out.
Yeah.
And you were like, geez, I didn't bring a whole lot. I rolled this, and explained how kick-ass it would be. And I thought, yeah, right, me too. They say consumer friendly. Okay, there's a designated tent or something.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's going to be. But when I saw I hadn't seen ashtrays on tables in a public setting, nice brown tables, tablecloths, ready to do stuff. Ashtrays.
I think I said to you when I saw you there, I said, the only thing that sucks is it looks like we got smoke outside. There's a nice building and everything else. I walked in, same thing. I saw ashtrays and I was like, that's an ashtray, right? It's been a long time since I've seen one of those in somewhere. That's really
That's for
an
weed,
ashtray,
right? For
Yeah.
weed?
Yeah, cigarettes. Step outside. You get a cigarette. I'm sorry. Outside, please. That was a really fun day just because. See, this is what I didn't want to do.
Gotta go easy. That's the real good stuff.
It was like a flashback and also the light at the end of the tunnel. It's not the last ashtrays we've ever.
Come on, that's fun.
Okay. I gotta make sure I make the tips a little.
Does
bit
your
smaller.
camera pick that up? Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
it
I
would.
think it did.
That thing, and you didn't ramp that up, man. That thing could jettison. That is a good way, I mean, if you had a really long table, There's a couple people didn't smoke, you could send it right by.
That's the fun way to do it. Down Broadway.
Way back, way back, when remote control toys became a thing and I'd never seen one. We bought one for, Cheryl and I bought one for a neighbor who was also a healthcare worker, lived diagonally across the street. And we're going to give it to her son, but I want to make sure it worked. I guess. Yeah,
Yes.
and that kid never got his Christmas.
Fun begins.
Yeah, he never got the present because I had a dog and so much fun playing with a remote control. It was a trike, what it was, and
That's great.
so I never did. But
Sorry, kid.
she called me up. Her name was Lorraine. Called up and said, "Can you bring over some garlic salt?" She brought over. She would cook for Cheryl sometimes, and she was going to come over and couldn't leave. And I said, "Yeah, I'll be right over." And I put it into the remote control car, and then I watched from window to window as it went down the road, went up, and I made it like it was looking left and right. And there she was, like walking out the house, and it came up, Yeah, I had fun with that, You could send it up like the block, and there'd be like kids playing. They try to catch it, and they couldn't. And now we got drones. Huh. I'm old.
Oh, Jim, there you go. Woo-wee. Hey, send that car back. I'm gonna send you a blunt.
It's so nice to have Seth Knob back. I look over here and I'm being handed a joint, and I haven't seen Seth here in so long. How nice is that?
I'm very happy to see Seth because he had a really bad accident and he still recovering from his injuries, man. He's got a bad knee now.
Well, it interrupted a nice focus point in his life. And I hate to see that happen where I live vicariously
That's right.
for people like Seth. And when I see you plugging along, go, hey, I think maybe I'd like to be a welder.
He's a welder. Now he's a welder.
And then you go through everything it
We
takes.
watched him do it.
But it was like
It was
a
amazing.
welcome challenge, And
Yes.
and I'm like, I remember being like that, but also being in what is everybody's lifelong recovery if you've become an addict, and had this wonderful transformation into knowing if you can do that, you can do anything. So in a weird way, it's like the best thing for your overall sobriety too, And then this crap happens. You didn't do nothing, sitting on a motorcycle, and you got hit from behind.
Stopped. You were stopped, right?
Yeah.
Stopped at a light.
Now, did they blood test you to see if you had alcohol in your system or pot? See, that's what bothers me is you can be doing everything right, and then you get blood tested. And I said, no, the one that was stopped shouldn't have to get blood tested. What the hell is that about?
They only make if you appear, you didn't appear intoxicated, so they don't, there's no reason to.
Yeah.
You're banged up and delirious from getting banged up. I mean, that can mess you up, man.
The day started with I walk up and dance here, Daniel Corvino.
Yeah,
And
man.
then he had the longest comeback of anything. He's going to the podcast all the time. Hope it's not a podcast cursed or something, I mean, William Haney had his what do you call it?
Jim, I'm just glad they're not on the list. Don't join the list.
And you had the Grim
Don't
Reaper here
join the
today, you
list.
fool. Did you sit within 3 feet of the Grim Reaper? Did you?
You can be sick as hell.
Oh,
Don't join the list.
No, I got to get 3 feet away from him who did not sit 3 feet away from the Grim Reaper.
I was right near the Reaper. I got his
Damn. Yeah. I'm always trying to add context, certain realities. And
the sad reality that we're still out here fighting for cannabis legalization. When they legalize cannabis, we're still fighting for legalization. This makes no sense.
yeah, it's gonna happen.
Crazy.
I just think we could enjoy the fight a little more this year.
Yeah.
That's why I signed on to Sativa Cross. Signed on.
I believe in Nike over politicians. Just do it.
Just do it. Just do it. Well,
Theoretically, they don't have legitimate charges they can get on you until the plant's in flower. Because if the plant's not in flower, the only thing they have on you is growing hemp without a permit.
right.
Good luck getting a
Right.
jury to convict a regular working class person of farming hemp,
You'd have to.
which theoretically you can buy in any gas station or corner store.
Well, it makes going to trial an option for people. Like, of course, New Jersey Weed Man exemplifies that, but in Willie Beamer's case, he really had no choice.
So
He to plead, just so he was going to go to trial.
my first
He had
plea
nothing.
my first plea offer, they offered me.
Oh yeah, you got a
three
whole
years-
story.
3 years of probation if I pled guilty to a felony charge. When I said, no chance, if you're hitting me with a felony, you might, whether you convict me of 1 or 9, they don't ask on a job application how many felonies you have.
Yeah.
They just ask if you've been convicted of a
I'm
felony.
going to use that
So-
Sunday.
so
I'm going to
we're
plagiarize
gonna
that.
go for it. The response I got from the judge was if you choose to take this deal at a later time, your probation and your fines will be greatly extended. When it came down to it and they fully understood that I was willing to take it to a trial, they offered me a 12-month deal, plead guilty to a misdemeanor, 12-month probation and $1,000 fine. And they expected me to jump all over that. I said, I'll agree to that under one condition. I want my seeds and the dab rigs they took back that were 100% legal due to 2018 Farm Bill. The prosecutor's response was, she kind of glared at me and said, well, I don't know about this. I said, it's all in legal writing. That made all of this, those seeds are hemp seeds. There's no THC in them. You can't charge me with any type of cannabis crime. There's no drug in there. There's no narcotic in there. She said, well, we're going to have to adjourn this so I can look it up. I turned and looked at her, said, you got an email? I got it on my phone. I got the highlighted section. I'll email it over to you right now. You would glance through. It's a real quick read. The judge made a comment that, I shouldn't be talking to a prosecutor like that. They were going to throw me in. They could charge me with contempt of court. I looked at the judge and said, we're playing your game by your rules. This ain't being played by my rules. This is not our rules. This is your rules. I shouldn't have to explain to you the playbook. Like, I shouldn't have to explain to you your rules. Like, no, we're not adjourning this. If you've got to look it up now, you look it up now. But they reluctantly agreed to it. They're making me wait until my probation is over because they said they are evidence in an ongoing criminal because my probation's not finished. So they're making me wait another year to get it back. So if that makes you feel like you won something, go right ahead.
Some people just don't want to let go of the rope entirely, at some point it's best just to go, man, I just been schooled. I don't want to get schooled anymore.
Or you just say, hey, the laws have changed since we arrested you. Like, yes, we can charge you and convict you on prior laws, but
If you're not going to use it.
let's do this realistically. And we've got him with over what he's allowed to legally carry now. And theoretically, what they used to search my vehicle would now be a civil rights violation. They smelt marijuana.
Yeah, that shit doesn't sell no more.
Listen, I know people in law enforcement and they're very pro cannabis and that was a major blow to all of them. Because if they saw you coming out of a known drug area, they just say they smelt marijuana and they have legal grounds to pull you out of your car and search you. When it first happened, I was out on bail. So my lawyer, anytime I get pulled over, my lawyer gets called right up on speed dial. Like, there's a reason I'm paying you all this money is to protect my ass. And I had a cop that started making comments about the perfume and the cologne in my car and the air freshener. And he was talking about weed.
Like American Pie,
when he
the
went back-
smell of sweet perfume.
When
Don McLean. Yeah.
When he went back to his car, checked my shit, I pulled an ounce out, I threw it out on the fucking passenger seat. So when he walked up to the passenger side, he's looking at me, and I said, excuse me, officer, are you launching an investigation on the sight or smell of marijuana? And he threw my paperwork in the car and walked away. My lawyer laughed hysterically because he goes, you couldn't have said that better if I told you what to say. You can happily violate my civil rights. Let's just make sure we've got this fully recorded as you do it.
Yeah, I got stopped on 295. Maybe a year ago. And it was I asked why, and they said, well, you weren't holding your lane. And I said, well, I'm glad you got dash cam, you know. And you could smell, and I know she could smell. And I'm like, well, let me try. I said, so listen, you smell marijuana, do you? And she said, yeah, well, I was, yeah, I wasn't going to say, and you know, I didn't jump on, like, you know. So then I, you know, qualified it though pretty quickly, fresh or burnt, you know, because it's two distinctly different smells. And I was curious because she should have said burnt. I think it was coming back from here.
So I'll tell you, the one thing I didn't tell you about that
Can't be.
traffic stop was when he came up to the car and asked for my paperwork, I was dropping off 2 ounces of exotic and it was in my center console. So when I my center console get my paperwork, it was right there and I froze like a deer in headlights. And they were younger troopers. He was actually cool. So Mr. Rogers, that's legal. We're not looking for that. I said, officer, I got 25 years bred into me of this is 6 to 8 hours of my time tonight. 1, maybe 2 days out of work, possibly a lawyer if the town we're in is real bad. So you got to understand what I'm used to. And his exact words were, that is legal, but we do detect the odor of burnt cannabis. But I stupidly said, yeah, I smoked like 5 hours ago. They said, we apologize. We're going to need you to step out the vehicle. I said, let's go. I was excited to do it. Let's go.
I can smoke 10 blunts a day.
I can pass this field sobriety test. And can I light one up while we're doing it? Field sobriety test is made to tell if you're drunk. Not high.
So you could smoke 10 blunts a day. I can smoke 20 blunts a day. That'd be a fun game. All right, smoke it. I'm going to follow you around while you smoke 20 blunts a day. Challenge, like the 20 blunt challenge.
I know people that do it on the regular. They don't smoke 20, but they'll smoke 6 or 8, and they're like 5 to 7 grams. So
Oh boy.
a couple friends, the only ones I'll smoke backwards with. They roll backwards up and you can't taste the tobacco.
Fresh weed. Gotta appreciate the fresh weed.
Nah, the guys that can do that all the time, that's all West Coast weed they're pushing.
Oh. That's still pretty fresh, I'm sure. Fresher than New Jersey. I bought weed in New Jersey. It was a year old, 2 years
I
old.
said you ain't getting that kind of flower in New Jersey dispensaries.
Terrible. But we have craft cannabis in New Jersey.
I'll tell you what, it's funny you say that because I was just telling Seth about when I was up in New England a couple of years ago at a convention, actually prior COVID. I got to sample some cryo cured flower, which is freeze dry. They take it fresh and freeze dry it.
Okay.
The flower we smoked was harvested, I think 4 days before that, and it smoked like cured out flower. Crazy thing is there's 0 moisture content, but it still breaks up and smokes like normal flower.
Freeze drying it.
I was mad. I bought an eighth off of vendor I know, so I know if they're charging that much, it's worth it. And it was $70 for an eighth. I mean, their most expensive stuff is 50. They're growers. And what I explained to somebody, you realize after the fact, you're getting 25-30% more in the jar because there's no moisture. But they say it's shelf stable for up to like 2 years, where it won't lose because again, there's no moisture in there, so there's nothing to start the oxidation and breakdown unless it's sitting in the sun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Freeze dried cannabis is going to be a thing, Jim.
it is a thing.
It is a thing now, Jim. Freeze dried.
The only company that has it down only does commercial machines right now. So
Now, how would you freeze dry it? You can't like crush it. You have to.
now they literally cut the flower off, put it in the videos I've seen, they don't even trim it. They
You
put
hang it.
in,
They hang it. No,
now they put it right in the racks.
on a rack
Yeah.
and lay it down
Just
on top of each other, or
no,
has to have
spread
air.
out. Yeah, you've got to have the air
Airflow. Right,
for
right, right.
the freeze dryer to work.
Okay. Okay.
It's got a vacuum pump that runs in it.
So you have to space it out.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. How big are these machines, these freeze dryers?
I've seen the pictures, the commercial ones, I mean, they're a small building. The main company that's been doing it is, Cure. And the way I was explained to it, and this is, I mean, I think they're making smaller models now. The way I was explained to it was they kind of understood that it's a very niche market. So if you try and go too big at first, you're going to cause your own failure. So in the beginning, they only decided to market commercial machines. They said the money's in commercial, not in small growers, not in home. They make a small machine now, and I think you're talking like $20,000-$30,000. So I mean, you've got to have enough for partners to go in with you that you're going to buy a smaller machine for a smaller grower.
Well, you can buy any kind of freeze dryer, can't you? Just
No,
make it a cannabis freeze dryer.
no, they've dialed it in. You could buy another one and figure out how to jerry rig it, jailbreak it maybe and get the same results, but you're going to have to go through a lot of trial and error.
Well, how do you freeze dry cannabis? You want to just freeze it instantly as quick as possible, right? It's not like a slow freeze, right?
I couldn't fully explain it to you, so I'm not going to attempt to.
Because I freeze dried my cats after they died. So I understand the process of freeze drying. They didn't come out too well. They didn't come out as well as wolves, as bears. My cats came out like zombies. But however, I understand the freeze drying process. And I'm just thinking if cannabis can be freeze dried in any freeze dryer, when you dial it in, but you want to do it quickly, right?
Well, it's done over a multiple day process.
Oh, okay.
So it runs through cycles in there. Like I said, they've got it. You can, and I've heard of people using other freeze drivers like the Harvest Right. There's certain things you can do to jailbreak the computer and change the cycles. But again, you're talking about having to a lot of playing with it to get everything right, and you could waste a lot of cannabis, which could be very detrimental.
Interesting.
Brave new world.
Yeah, I like the freeze drying thing a lot because I just talked to my tenant who's buying a freeze dryer. Buying a freeze dryer for something. I don't know what for.
So theoretically, with the cannabis, it's just like using fresh frozen for like rosin. You're stopping that plant from degrading and losing any terpenes, any cannabinoids. So you're getting the actual. You'll hear a lot of organic and no-till growers talk about that natural expression of the plant. Only way you're truly getting that is if you're freeze drying, because no matter how you dry and cure, you've got some terpenes and cannabinoids that naturally break down in the process. With the freeze dryer, none of it does.
It's amazing.
Man.
Wow.
My mind's blown right now. I just
Really? He's making your podcast look good, dude.
I like learning stuff on this podcast, and I'm learning today from.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know that was a thing for freeze drying. I'm sure.
Like I said, it blew my mind because even when he picked up it's a bud that's like 3 inches long and nice diameter. You pick it up and it's like nothing's in your hand. And then I'll be honest, first thing went through my mind, I know the people, good friends with them. Like I've ended events with them. First time when I picked up the flowers, like, then it ripped me off. Like, man, that's messed up. I was expecting to, just go to break it up and the whole thing just go poof in the dust. It broke down like regular flour and it smoked like regular flour. I was like, oh shit. And like I said, the first time I smoked it, it was at the Harvest Cup. They cut the plants down, I think 4 days prior to that. Like it was fresh out the freeze dryer. And I paid good money to smoke that flower. Like in my honest opinion, it tasted like something that was about 3/4 of the way or 80%, around 70-80% through like a good cure. But it still tasted phenomenal, great high, utterly shocking.
I like taste, but the great high part, I gotta, ain't gonna lie, that's kind of what I would be going for. I mean, pain relief if it's pain, but it's how it makes me feel, and I can't explain why I like
You
it.
go to these big events and you sample stuff like that, you're never expecting it to hit like the 3 pointers. Well, 4, the look, the smell, the taste, and the high. Like
So the taste,
like it usually misses something, and when you pick it up and it feels like stuff that's way over dried. The first thing you know is like, oh,
So, but the taste, it wasn't all that it would be otherwise.
no, it was
Was
good.
it?
Yeah, it was really good. I've tasted a lot of flour in cure, and the way I describe it is it's still got like a green flavor, almost like it's not fully cured, but the taste was phenomenal. I spent $70 on an eighth, and I was very happy to spend it. I know from them, I know that the way they grow, I'd spend another 70 on a cryo cured eighth from them. It
That
was good
tells
enough.
me all I need to know right there.
And I mean, they usually hook me up, you know, because we vended a lot of events together. They're usually charge me like 30, 40 bucks an eighth on like their top shelf shit. He's like, it's the crowd cure 70. We can't do any better. I'm like, you know, whatever. We've known each other for years. Whatever the price is, the price is. If I don't want to pay it, I ain't gonna cry about it. I'm just not gonna buy it.
The way it works.
That's
Wait,
actually
well, it's on a
company
good day.
Excelsior Extracts, who Elaine just passed last year, but she battled stage 4 cancer for years and put living, I think, 2 years well past what any doctors expected her to on cannabis. She took traditional meds at first because her goal was to see one of her children married. And when she made it through that, she stopped all traditional meds and just stuck with RSO treatments. And by no means, you know, did she survive, but it slowed it down enough that, you know, me and I'm sure thousands of other people got to hang out with her 1 or 2 more times than they would have.
Yeah, and think how that felt for her too. I mean,
And listen, they are, you should look them up, Excelsior Extracts. That's a family that was destroyed by cannabis laws. They spent 12 or 13 years on the run for hosting a cannabis event in Colorado because they got charged with what everybody was bringing in to the event. They had to leave their family for close to 13 years and they lived on the run. I'll tell you, when I got hit with my charges, I saw the way they were coming at me. That was the first phone call I made. I said, if I choose to go this route, how's it get done? You guys did it. You know, you did it. Like they're coming after me. I don't know if it's because at the time I worked for local government, but even my lawyer, when he looked at everything, he said they want you for some reason. I was not look at my record. It has nothing to do with prior arrests.
well, I gotta say though that I learned more at this podcast than I've learned at a podcast in a while, you know?
Good stuff right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I can't quite wrap my mind around it now, but everything adds up to, I need to know what that's like.
Yeah, I'd like to try that. I definitely want to try that. It's on my bucket list now. Freeze dried cannabis. And I want it to be freeze dried for the proper time and have it all so it's perfect. You know, sounds like yours was maybe a little immature.
No, that was
It was good.
That was at an event. Like, I mean, it
Okay.
could have cured a little
Cured
bit,
a
but
little
that
more.
was, like I said, 4 days. It was cut from the
That's
plant
4 days. So maybe
Yeah.
you needed 6 days.
Yeah, you'd probably stuck it in a jar for a week.
Yeah.
That's
and-
wild.
You always want another
Say it'd be
mountain.
perfect.
I want to try. Yeah, I want to learn. I want to learn that. That's great.
Listen, travel, go to cannabis events. I tell people all the time, any region you go to, people are into different things.
Yeah.
You'll see lots of different things. Listen, years ago, if I didn't make them, you could never get quality edibles. Like if you weren't making them yourself or knew the person making them,
Yeah.
you could not get quality black market edibles. First time I went to New England, was able to deal with companies that, I was telling Seth, making 500 milligram chocolate bars that are really 700 or 800 milligrams. Anywhere else it says 500, you're lucky if it's 100 milligrams. And most people think what they're eating that's labeled 500 is 500, and it's not even 100 milligrams. You eat a half a 750 milligram chocolate bar, and I mean, I'm a heavy consumer, and it will slur my speech. I will not attempt to drive. I've done heavy doses. Once I get up 1,000, 1,200 milligrams, I tell people I got a 3-step rule, which I might stop now. They said, what's that? I said, I will not do anything that's more than 3 steps up or down, because I'm pretty sure I could take the fall.
How do you know where the edge is, I mean, your
12
optimum,
1,200 milligrams, you don't care where the edge is.
oh, that's such
But
a
the
large.
next
There are no edges.
The next day, you start going, What happened to my ankle? How come my foot's twisted?
That was the edge.
Oh, that edge.
Yeah, that was the edge.
I
One-
explain that to the doctor.
That
when I-
usually happens to me by accident. It's something where I either take more or I'm thinking like what you're thinking is just, well, whatever, if it says this is 50 milligrams, whereas I'm gonna probably like try 200 or something. And somebody would say, well, I consider a challenge. I mean, if I'm gonna be sitting in my own environment, I want to know, and it's never made me uncomfortable, always quite the opposite. But I think what happened is that I don't remember getting edibles from you in particular yet, but yeah, I can see where if I got something that was really as spoken to be. Well, no,
The drinks are good. Those thirsty turtle.
Thirsty dogs. Those,
Thirsty
my
dogs.
buddy
Oh my
Opie up in
goodness.
Massachusetts. Yeah, those are nano infused with hash rosin.
Good stuff.
He's just as bad. When they first came out, they were labeled 200 and 400 milligrams. They tested out close to 600. When he started selling a lot, he was getting complaints that they were way too strong as to what they were listed, so he had to relabel them. closer to
Imagine
the-
that.
Oh, too strong, man.
Sip less, man.
Wow.
Have it more often.
What a
I like
problem.
I like too strong. You get used less.
Uh-huh.
Or take the same amount and get really, really fucked up.
Sheesh. Well, I'm gonna thank cmmnj.org, CannaSense, UFCW, JacksonStorms.com, Smoking Monkey, Arlo Glass, OprahMachine.com, Pure Puff Lifestyle Shop, and SativaCross.org. You can donate to SativaCross.org on the shop page. Just go there and give us $5, $10, whatever you got. And our list begins with Cheryl Miller. People always ask me what started me on my road, and it was actually Cheryl Miller. Learning what it did for her. Because I thought back then I wanted pot legal. I was with Pete and I was like, I want pot legal because I want to smoke weed, and the government lied to me. That whole, all that, yeah. But I didn't think it was for medical use until I met Cheryl, and I saw how it helped her multiple sclerosis, how it just made her available to able to just exercise. And I was like, whoa. And then I learned about the endocannabinoid system. I met Ken Wolski. I met you. I met everybody. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. I'm all in. They really lied to us. Government really, really, really lied to us. I knew the government really, really lied to us. I didn't know the government really, 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 really lied to us.
And a shout out to the National MS Society. They helped them. They helped them
Oh,
blind.
yeah, they helped lie to them. Oh,
That picture of
Ah.
Cheryl being pushed by me down the Dana Beals Cures Not Wars march, May Day march.
hurtful.
In New York, and her sign was MS Society's Dr. Reingold is a medical marijuana liar and coward.
Liar.
Yeah. And we went with Elvie Musika, one of the legal smokers, federally to deliver to the MS Society's national offices, 733 3rd Avenue. And I went in to try to give it to him. I asked if he was in. The guy at first said yes, and then he said no. So it's like he didn't want to come down and talk about that. But I tried to leave the sign in there and they wouldn't let me leave it. And that I was glad because it attached to the back of her wheelchair and I could simply cover it over, which I did for like years after that. Yeah, it was 1997. And yeah, about time, I guess I don't know when we met, a little after that.
I met
Hard
you
to say.
before the thing in Philadelphia at the cafe there that when you had to carry
Yeah, the White Dog
the
Cafe.
white dog. I met you like probably before that around
Yeah.
that time.
Somewhere. Yeah. Well, you were there.
Yeah, I was there at that. It was amazing.
And so many more, but why this list is important to me is because the one time in Washington, David Payson, Associated Press journalist, asked if he could talk with Cheryl without me being there, and the thing is, she would look up at me when somebody asked her a question because she had little brain lesions, and sometimes she didn't understand, and it was easier to look at me. It's how we communicated, you know. And with that, I was like, no, I please. So I read the next day when he said, do you think this will happen in your lifetime? And her response, without me there, was, oh no, I'm trapped inside my body. It's deteriorating, and there's nothing I can do about it other than this. So that that what she said is there's other what she call Jim and Cheryl's. Maybe she said Cheryl and Jim's gave herself top billing. Anyway, and she was doing it for them. And then a lot of who is now on the list was who she wanted to go to bat for till death did she part. And so I appreciate that, you know, we didn't know anybody in New Jersey from until about 1990, 98, 99. So it was half a dozen years where if you heard something about medical marijuana, how to do it, Cheryl. And here we are now, 30 freaking years later.
Still
So,
waiting.
Yeah, it's the rest. And
Still waiting. Still waiting.
the ones that didn't get to see what we've seen and what we're seeing now, they never got to see it.
Sabina Rose, Diane, Gracie, Cindy Mae, Marie, Jack, Joan, Randy, Polly, Bill, Chad, Jeremy, Colette, Matt, Troy, Russ, my friend Roger Barber, Jay Orletto, Ella Bagelman, who came down here a lot, Hattie Koschel, Jackie Rickard, Anthony, Jake, Armando, Felicia, Lynn, Dan, Sean, Joyce, Lori, Frank, Brian, Flo, Carl, Thorne, Frank, Lorraine, Terry, Charlotte, Cher, Jaybird, Michael, Marley, Colette, Brendan, Red, Rico, Lulu, Becky, Jeff. Jeff Oakes, who we mentioned before.
You know, enough is enough. It's time for them to let go of the rope, and we just need to pull a lot harder than we ever have. So this is the last regularly fourth Thursday of the month podcast of this year.
Yes, it is.
You have Thanksgiving coming up.
Beautiful day for this one. I'm
Oh.
so happy to be out here for. It's going to be cold when we come back here
Yeah,
next month.
I had to bring this back. I'm feeling the sun on my neck. It was hurting.
No, it's as hot as it is now. It's going to be probably like 30 degrees in November next month.
Yeah, you never know.
You'll see. But that's okay.
Mm.
We're going to be having maybe soup this year again.
That'd be
Soup,
good.
the pumpkin soup. Ooh, yeah. And we'll have some fruits and other stuff for sure. We'll have dried food, canned food, some coats and stuff, and like we always do.
Yeah, we need to make sure people are aware between now and then, you know.
Yes.
Social media is good for something. The word for that, I'd kiss Facebook goodbye.
I hate Facebook.
Kiss isn't the actual word.
Yes. Oh,
Nice, man. Special guest. NJ Medman. Holy smokes, I'm impressed.
Seth, Daniel, John, Weedman was here before, but I guess he couldn't make it back here. But he stopped by before we started. Can't say what he's up to because he's up to something, and I love it. I love what he's up to.
It's gonna be something.
Sure is.
Nice to see the Weedman version 7.0, I think is what it is now. It's incarnation after incarnation.
Great stuff.
You know, I like that he's proving detractors wrong. And I say that from a point where we've disagreed on certain levels that, of what I would go to, and briefly just saying, so it was, getting arrested for lighting up a joint at the Libertyville, and the park ranger arresting him before they could take the joint away, took a big toke and blew it in his face. Now, I look at it like I wouldn't have done that, because that actually doesn't help get a certain audience you need to get on your side, Taking one more and blowing it up in the air or something is what I would have done. But I'd freely say so, because you know me, I'm not a bobbing head. Yes,
I
ma'am.
loved it. I loved it.
Yeah, no, I know,
Just
but
saying.
well, we have different levels, and I've been pulling you towards the light side for some time now.
I like pushing the envelope.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's probably things that I wouldn't have done that he's done.
But it's all worked out.
There, yeah.
So I mean, so in a way, I guess he would be, in effect, proving me wrong with his success along with others. But I was like rooting for him, and
always
who he went in to where was he dressed in the prison, the white and black striped prisoner suit, and lit up a joint. It must have been here
at the city hall, the council meeting.
That's what it was, yeah. And I guess he destroyed the evidence by the time they got there, but it didn't matter.
Destroyed the evidence.
I love that. Really impressed me doing that one. That was like, nothing you can do. And but he did serve some time, and 15 months is a lot longer than it might sound to people.
Yeah.
15 months is a lifetime. I mean, it can be. So he's paid his dues in every which way, and that he's getting success, finding out, oh man, exploring new paths. And I live vicariously through him too. And it's probably never going to be over for him. It's the kind of guy he is. But it makes you wonder, at some point, is it like, will even he just sit back and enjoy, as opposed to what's the next side hustle or whatever? I like how he's got his family involved in his success. They were deprived of his company, and I imagine being having New Jersey weed man as a father, it gets to you sometimes growing up. It's not like people wouldn't know. Your dad's that weed man, isn't he? So
it's a celebrity.
Yeah, he is, and he's like it's just fun watching it where he's not facing. The one time I did see him get really high was when he got back from the prolonged incarceration, and it was live streamed, and I watched him being driven to City Hall, where, who was it, met him, I don't know if it was Wayne, I can't remember, met him with a big fatty, and anyway, he smoked, he started taking some tokes, and then I'm thinking, what's it like after all that time? And then I could see it turn on his head like, whoa, I got to start passing on this. This ain't like I remember it. And I am New Jersey weed man. I can't be getting all funky about getting too high right now. And it was good to see that happen. It's like, nope, no more while I'm on camera. And open up across from City Hall years after that, at the joint where we could be inside availing ourselves of the facility, looking out through the one-way mirrored window at City Hall right across the street directly. Quite a kick. I gotta say, this podcast has some fringe benefits sitting in it. So you're telling me if I press that button
5 times.
5 times,
So wake it up
okay, and then hold it after that.
and then hold it after that.
I love learning.
And hopefully it's not clogged and you can, if it's clogged, just keep sucking. It'll suck through. Sometimes it's clogged. But sometimes it's not, and you're gonna get a really good hit. You're probably gonna cough. Don't give up. Don't give up. Put the mic up. I want to hear
Okay,
you.
sorry, 5 more.
Is it lit?
Well, I think it did, but can you tell?
Yep.
Okay, so now it's just press and
Just
hold.
hold it. Press and hold. Yep. It's awake now. Oh boy, he's going for it. It's a good hit. It's a hot hit. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, yeah, it's really good oil too. Just saying. You're gonna be like Weed Man when he get out of jail. I'm too high for this shit right now. I'm too high for this shit.
Oh, hold the wheel.
Oh, you take the wheel. I'm too high for this shit.
You mentioned we were talking about driving and, don't want people too high. It's happened in my lifetime a couple of times.
Oh man,
And it's happened to other people, and it would be a situation of take the wheel.
I have to have a certain amount of cannabis in my system for spasticity. My spasms are bad, and I need to have a certain level in my body so I can drive. I literally do. So what is that level? I know my level. I know when I shouldn't drive is when I take a bunch of edibles. Sure. You're right about that.
Absolutely.
You're right about that one.
I find I have trouble. I might get lost. I won't get in an accident.
You get lost.
I'm
you
paying real attention,
drive
just not
shitty.
where I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be paying
Drive
attention.
like shit. You have the blinkers on for 2
And
miles.
then I just lose things. I just had that. Where is it? I just that where'd it go?
Yeah, I'm for home grow. Love it.
So this is the 9th year of the podcast.
Oh man, year 10 coming up.
Year 10, you've done 9.
Man,
This is the end of the 9th year.
yeah.
So look how far we've come.
We have
Yes, we were over there. Patients had to
Oh, yeah.
go across the street to smoke, and that was a good deal
Yeah.
because they got to do it publicly during, But then the podcast would have more people across the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was there all by myself looking at you and about 8 other people. And I was all by myself at the podcast.
I remember that.
I played something I wasn't supposed to play, like from YouTube, and oh no, you can't play that, or whatever.
Jim, turn that off. We're
Oh.
gonna get shut down.
Mhm.
You're gonna get us muted.
Then I put on some boogie woogie piano that I like by John Blum, and I put that on. And I pretended like I was playing a keyboard, and people must came out. But for all that, then over here, the only reason I think that the first time we came out by the road and smoked, was that a Thanksgiving or a last one of a year or something? So it may be about like 5 years ago. No, it's important. It had to be with being on a tree for shade and all, but
It was Thanksgiving, I think. It was a Thanksgiving.
yeah,
When we
were.
started doing Thanksgiving, we're like, nobody's here. Let's just smoke it here.
Well, they didn't mind us smoking here so much. We knew that, but we were podcasting from up there because originally they didn't want us out on the grass by the road,
Yeah, we couldn't
in the
smoke
very
there.
beginning.
Yeah. And Stephen Kuspelich showed us the line.
Well, no, he cut through it all. I light this up. We'll find out. And he did that, and immediately State Trooper came out, is on the other side of the fountain. And I couldn't hear what they were saying. They sauntered out this way with Steven smoking and the trooper there, and maybe about 10 yards short of here, the trooper turned around and Steven stopped there and he finished his joint. There's no trouble.
Thank you, Stephen.
So it'd go to there. And that was good for about a day. And then somebody brought a blanket and we were all a lot of people on the lawn over there, while the podcast was going on, smoking like we're at our own little thing. And so it was like increments. But coming up here and, now it's legal. You know, now technically you're not supposed to smoke here even. I don't know how the law works, what defines where you can smoke in public. I'm not sure this is covered, which is fun because the entire time you did podcasts here, we did everything that we were required to do by the state police without attitude. Understand, you know, okay, you say step left, we're gonna step left. Now we're gonna have a podcast. And we did that. And over the years, they grew to really admire the tenacity. I mean, the first 3 years, it was every Thursday for an 8-month period.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. How do we do that?
I don't know. Well, I'd missed one and then two, you know, I think 3 or 4 for that whole time. You know, I came to a podcast. I was on vacation in Long Beach Island. I just got to go to a podcast. So it was like 119 or 20 or something like that.
We did them in the rain.
Yeah.
It was pouring rain. We were out here. Pouring rain. That was funny.
And then we had cones for 2 years.
Cones for 2
traffic
years.
cones. Oh, Governor Christie's got a thing about cones. You know, he took some heat. I mean, seriously, dude didn't know anything about it. Somebody did that. He found out after the fact. I absolutely believe that, you know, but it didn't work out well. And he kept having to answer questions why they had gridlock in Fort Lee at the entrance to the George Washington Bridge because of a traffic study where cones were put out blocking out 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 entry lanes directly from Fort Lee onto the George Washington Bridge. And when that happened, emergency vehicles couldn't get to where a gridlock at Fort Lee in high traffic time. And, you know, things were what they were. People got sentenced to jail. Senator Bill Maroney, who was a champion of the medical marijuana bill as a Republican. And Governor Christie never went in the back door by us, I don't believe. I think every time he ever came back, he always came in the front door and he walked through the cones. He never walked through the cones. He walked where our cones funneled him into the only entrance lane into his job. I mean, you know, we even put out a sign with him and me and Bill Baroni before he was elected governor. When I happened to see him, we were at a CMMJ event, and he was campaigning, and he was supposed to lose. But I had a great picture with him and Bill Baroni because he always seemed against everything, including medical marijuana. And I approached him with a picture of Cheryl, and I held my thumb over, I'm a medical marijuana patient, not a criminal. It's a postcard. And I showed him that and was saying what I had to say. And I removed my thumb, and there she was. You know, I blindsided him. And I looked up, and he was with Bill Baroni, whom I'd come to know, or he remembered me. And said, "Hi, Jim." You know, and I said, "You need to have a talk with him when you leave here. You know, you already should have," because he was the assembly person guiding him around, this man who was campaigning to be governor. He was the guy. Bill Baroni. I couldn't believe my luck. So anyway, this picture, 3 of us in the only lane of entry through the cones. And it was an Associated Press picture. Somebody got that the picture. It said, a lane of foot traffic, we think, you know, in quotes, I mean, directly tying it. So the man, for all his faults, is a good sport. He never, you know, after you called him a pussy.
I didn't call him a pussy.
He said, "Don't be a
I
pussy."
said, don't be a pussy. I would say that to anyone.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
And I
Don't be a
gotta
pussy.
say, his head, if I had to call a foul, like, did you get it before his head passed through the open door?
Governor
or
Christie
after?
heard me.
No, he heard you. His head was like right in that middle zone of the door when you said that word. And
He heard me.
yeah. But,
Didn't change anything.
well, he didn't avoid us. He knew he didn't have to. I mean, when he wasn't signing a bill to, I guess it was allow edibles for kids or something. He wasn't signing a bill, and we had how many days it's been sitting on his desk and whatever. And we had a table set up. It said bill signing table and a chair empty for him, you know, and a copy of the bill. And he never had to walk by that though. And then we got jettisoned over here for years. And this is the best it ever been. You know, we haven't fully, maybe this year, we'll harness the power of the law itself for adults. We're allowed to give cannabis to any adult, not in an amount of more than 1 ounce, and no money exchanges hands. If you wanted to get a large group of people to a rally, like with a big giant blow up rat that you're going to have at a rally, how could you could simply say, and
Free joint to everyone who shows up while supplies last. While supplies last. And
while supply lasts, free big joints.
free big joints.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm down. Who's gonna get the joints?
Well, you know,
Can't afford joints.
no, we've had benefactors for
Yeah, we
proper
do.
behind the scenes.
Yes, we have.
things. We both know you think you could find a benefactor
Yeah, we're thinking
who,
good.
who for that kind of thing, but that would get a crowd, and they read into it. It's sort of like, is it really just one? You know, what's going to be going on here? People just going to come. I mean, we proved that with about, somebody did stop thinking we're giving some away.
Yeah, they thought we were giving weed away, and then they were like, "Well, we're homeless," and we're like, "Oh, okay, here, take some weed."
But last month, it was a similar thing because somebody had been here and they would have left, and somebody else came up and said, "I'm sorry, did you? Did how? Oh," and when that happened, and I brokered that deal, said, "Hey, listen, guys, you know, if you want to let them know you're going to walk away with, they want some crumbs. They don't want a whole bag, you know." And well, we had 5 or 6 people, Trentonites from right at the block with great gusto, would honk it for home grow signs, and I think 3 out of 4 cars honk, trucks honk. I mean, it was a great day, but it shows the power of, you know, people come out for that. And it doesn't have, you know, it's not like, look how great the quality will be. It's going to be good. But you do know some people can get that real cheap. And we can do this.
Jim, I'll see you. Well, I'll see you before the
Yeah.
next
Well,
week.
I'll be, no matter what on Thanksgiving, I'll be by in the morning to make sure I can bring the first Thanksgiving one I'm going to miss.
We'll be back next Thursday night on the podcast, and you can join us then. Until then, see ya.
Bye.
They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.